Ça marche. Ah, j'ai le micro. Bonjour à toutes et à tous, je vous incite à prendre place. Et puis si Karim Benbrahim peut nous rejoindre.
J'entends rien.
Est-ce qu'il parle pas? Il est là. Allez, comme ça.
Well, let us start almost on time. As soon as Gerard will say we can start. Mr. Chartier, please take your seat. Good morning, all. Very happy to see here in not a lot of known people, people from Loire-Atlantique, socialist for the cause, agricultural cause. It follows an event that was already organized 4 years ago here. I think Gerard will come back to it, so we wanted to redo this and do it at a key moment, a few months before the European elections, with very actual debates about agriculture and food. I discussed it with the Agricultural Commission of the Federation, and this event has become an event of the group of Socialists and Democrats European Party, S&D, and I myself as a European MP, and there is also Eric Andrieux who is present, and we will have the testimony of Isabel Portuguese, MP, who will give her report. And so this event is within a lot of events organized by the S&D group to feed the discussion of the socialists during this key period on the big items. So this is what we will discuss today. You have seen the agenda, is to feed a political discussion, to have new ideas, build them around a key word, which is feed, with agricultural and environmental and social. We are not here in a debate, a discussion of specialists. We're not. It's not an internal debate with farmers. We're here to say, what is the goal of agriculture, what it aims at, not only about feed, but also social, health, well-being, sustainability, our model of living, our way of living. So this day will give a light and light all this, and there will also be a publication which will make it possible to distribute this at national level and European level. So thank you again to all of you to be here on a Saturday morning, and I give the floor to Karim Benbrahim, who is the first Federal Secretary of the Socialist Party of Loire-Atlantique. Well, I have great pleasure to welcome you here to the Cité des Congrès at Nantes, dedicated to transforming agricultural and food policies. First of all, I'd like to congratulate warmly the organizers of this event, the National Commission, Agriculture, Feed and Rurality of the Socialist Party, the Socialist Party group at the European Parliament, Christophe, our European Deputy, Gérard Poisson, our Federal Secretary in charge of agriculture and feed in our department. Also, all the speakers who have accepted our invitation, who will speak during the roundtables. The main theme today is transforming our feed and agricultural policy with two core challenges: social emergency and environmental emergency. Social emergency, we can say, we can illustrate it with one simple figure: 9.1 million citizens who in France live below the threshold of poverty. This is a record high or low figure. This means they are living in food precarity, of course, fed by the current inflation, which we have been facing in the last 2 years. Social challenge: the workers have difficulties living with what they earn, and among them there are too many farmers who have an essential job but who live with great difficulty from their job. The environmental emergency is fighting against climate change, biodiversity which is disappearing, major challenges which necessitate a profound transformation of our production operations. And of course, farming is one of the fundamental levers which we must look at seriously. To face those challenges, we may first work at local scale, but also at national scale or European scale, and we see that still there are big differences between the right parties and the left parties, with a European right party which, for instance, refuses to vote the interdiction of glyphosate, also promoting treaties of free trade, which we know are against social rights and our environment. So we will welcome a certain number of speakers who will feed our thinking by what they have been doing in the last years at national or European level. And also, within this short introduction, I wanted also to pay tribute to the farmers who have been doing a fantastic job to bring food. These challenges which we face, we cannot meet them without them. And among the questions which I believe we have to ask ourselves: how can we have a sustainable agriculture? How can we make sure that the farmers will have a sufficient earning to live in dignity? How can the farmers invest in their farms? How can we allow the young generations to continue what their parents and grandparents have been doing? These are some of the major challenges which we are facing, some of which we will be discussing today in our roundtables. And I want again to thank you when you said yes to coming today. I wish to all of you a rich, fruitful day with good discussions for the farming we want, agriculture we want to build in the future years. Thank you very much. Thank you, Karim. So now, I give the floor to Joanna Roland, Mayor of Nantes and Nantes Métropole, first National Delegate Secretary, Assistant Secretary of the Parti Socialiste. Well, thank you, dear Christophe, dear Karim, dear all. Good morning, and very happy to be with you for a day of works important on major issues. Welcome to all of you. For those who are not the locals here, and I would like to thank particularly Christophe Clergeau for organizing this day. I think it is important to have times to discuss on the different levels which we have discussed. Also, thank you for all the ones that have helped organize the day with Christophe, for instance, Nicolas. This is the type of work you do not see, but he's been doing a lot of that. What is more indispensable than having food? Around this daily gesture, daily habit, there are so many questions. What is in my plate? Is it good for the health of my children? The ways this food is produced is that respecting the environment and the social laws. These are questions that are keys to food products. Food crisis, social crisis, and as it shows the theme, I do say that we are facing an emergency situation. Climate emergency, as it has been said, we see it day by day, leads us to say, yes, we are at the hour when we need to have a true change. We do not have any more time. And along all the new international commitments, what the Americans have said, the Glasgow Declaration in COP26 in 2020, food systems represent 20% of the greenhouse gas emissions. Therefore, it is indeed a profound transformation of our food industry, which is needed. To this climate emergency, we face the sanitary emergency. When we see that glyphosate is authorized for 10 more years, whereas at the same moment, authorities tell us that this is probably a product that causes cancer, it is a true scandal because it shows that it shows the power of some lobbies from the food industry. Glyphosate has become the symbol of an overconsumption, alarming overconsumption of phytosanitary products for agriculture. And also the emergency is social. We know that in France, many people, 9%, go to associations which provide food for free, representing 5 to 7 million people, depending totally on food help. As a mayor, I spend a week to meet association which supports these people who cannot face their easy needs. And a lot of them now come to these associations for the first time at international level. Food problems in South America, Madagascar, an global interdependency which questions us. We import 20% of our feed, and at the same time, our French agriculture is slowly but surely decreasing, therefore decreasing our food autonomy, our feed autonomy. So we really need to go towards a safe food production. Therefore, I am sure that you will discuss about how the way we can break those vicious circles. And there are more and more vicious circles: climate change and poverty, malnutrition and non-sustainable management of resources, social instability and biodiversity collapse, food safety and destruction of the natural resources. Let us see how we can see our role within this challenges. We know this, what we have to do is to give a European response. There are many ways to be worried when we are still being bound by productivity visions. And today, we know that our policies are not facing sufficiently climate change issues. Not enough small structures, farming structures to be helped. Not enough salaries for the farmers when they fight for biodiversity. And French government also accepts too easily the poor European compromises without pushing enough environmental commitments and requirements, without having pesticides out quickly enough, without having a good balance between organic and other products. I was quite astonished when I saw that all the cities from the left had things doing for children, canteens and food in the schools, when the government said no. There is no fatality. Policy is here to find solutions. It is the essence of politics. Karim said that there is, as in this agricultural policy, a policy of the left and a policy of the right. The support of glyphosate, the deregulation of the markets, creates a risk for our farmers and the markets. Socialists do have solutions. We have demonstrated it with the action of Guillaume Garot when he was minister. I think also of you, Eric Andrian, your commitment over the European agricultural policy. I know how you have fought to defend with a lot of determination our values, the ones of ecological, social, and left convictions. I know, see, the fight you have fought against the use of glyphosates, for instance, in the French Antilles, where you have 90% of the population which is facing this type of pesticides. All of you, in fact, have their say in what we are fighting against, and we also have proposed many solutions which are shown at European level, in which, Christophe, you've worked a lot and contributed a lot. So I can say that there's been a heavy work done by Christophe in all the drafts of the texts, which is at meeting our challenges. So what we do, the Socialist Party, we do not do this fully alone, and we need to fight to share our fights. So I wanted to say, before you start working, I wanted to say that citizens are more and more interested in this type of topics. And let me talk about a few items with a look of a mayor of a large town, because our priority is fighting against food precarity. We call for a food social security, which would guarantee access of all to a sufficient and quality food. We want also to help farmers, because their situation of precarity and poverty is not acceptable. We know that the ones that do not earn as much as they should are the farmers going towards the organic change. We also want protection and reconquest of the agricultural land be a priority. I know that one of the people here present works with me at the town hall. The question of land is absolutely fundamental to move from theory to pragmatic work. We need to look at the land and how the land is allocated. If not, then we cannot move forward. We need to change the law system to be able to do this. I'm talking here about the zero net artificialization. I hear a president of the regional council saying that I will not respect what the laws of the Republic is not punished, is something that is not normal, particularly when he is a politician. Here in Nantes, we have the alliance in between the different territories, which makes it possible for a big metropole community of communes to work together and to meet the challenges of ecological and food challenges. Means that you need to think differently and to change a paradigm. These are here the lines of strength where I will base my change. Again, coming back to land and real estate policy, which will make it easier for the young farmers to take heritage from the lands of their fathers. And I know that here you are, and this question of the farms, and the transmission between the generations is fundamental. We do work with the communes and the stakeholders to have a common policy. We organize the identification of the needs of what a city needs for its children, for instance, in the schools. It represents 15,000 food per day, per kid. So if I take only this for school catering, what is upstream and downstream can contribute to reinforcing sectors, industries, which can become more powerful and more sustainable. I want to thank you again for organizing this day. I wish you a very good and profitable session, and I know that these topics are so important. Two examples here yesterday and today. Yesterday, I inaugurated a health center at Le Braille. Today, when you talk about health, the inhabitants themselves immediately talk about food and feed. This afternoon, I will go and meet the stakeholders and the people from the food bank. And I know that it is so important. So again, I hope that you will have fruitful and useful works. But then again, I hope you will have advantage to take advantage from the charms of the city of Nantes. The Santa Claus is here. You can have a hot wine, warm wine, which is nice, and you can, in Nantes, have the traditions of Christmas as you wish after you've worked. Thank you all.
Merci à toi, Johanna. Maintenant, on va rentrer dans le vif du sujet. Je vais laisser...
Thank you very much, and I will start with our program, and I'll give the floor to the group that has worked on this day, and I'll give the floor to the moderator of the first floor, combating food insecurity at local level, Véronique Pon. So I'll invite the members of the first round table to come over. First point, organizing point, if you want to ask questions in the room, you can use the microphone, and if you are watching this event online, you can download an application, Slido, and you've got all the connecting data in order to ask your question online. So we've spoken about food precarity and the situation at local level. In order to understand an issue, you have to define it. So I've taken the INRAE definition. Food precarity is the situation in which someone doesn't have access to food, enough food and quality food, matching the person's needs regarding food, whatever the social situation. Worldwide, we speak about food insecurity, not enough resources. In France, in this country that has a lot of many things, it's a paradox that this food insecurity goes on and even increases. So we'll be given figures. 37% of French people say that they experiment food insecurity. 8 years ago, only 11% of French people said so. So the local authorities, as our mayor from Nantes has spoken about that. I come from the south of France, Occitanie, and the city of Montpellier has organized a social security regarding food. We also have other solutions such as solidarity shops. So we can speak about this in this roundtable and try and find solutions. We've invited over 4 people. First of all, Madame Pascale Ebel. She's a agriculture engineer. She's the associate director at Seaways, and you will let us know of studies, this figure, 37%, how we measure food insecurity. Then Tanguy Martin, he's the spokesperson of the association Terre de Liens. And we'll speak about the social security of food and the fact that we do need to frame it within the agriculture sector and the social sector. Thomas Breger, you are a specialist in international law, and you are the manager of the association Terralim. Yes, I will speak about combating food insecurity through a project we are part of called Atlas, and this project tries and organizes the resilience at the local level in order to guarantee access to food for people. And then the political aspect, Mr. Guillaume Garot, online. I will introduce you. He was Minister for Agricultural topics. He's the mayor of Laval. He was the president of CNA between 2016 and 2023, and is member of the Regional Council of Pays de Loire. What will you let us know about? After listening to my colleagues, I'll try and give some guidelines in order to feed our common project. Hello, everybody, by the way. So we will start with a panorama of the situation. Madame Pascale Ebel, can we say that the characteristics of the public sector, of the how the situation has evolved? Yes, now the situation is worse than before. The food inflation has reached 16% in April of this year, and this affects more and more people. Let me remind you that the money you have to spend for your housing is also connected with food expenditure. And we are the country in Europe where housing expenditure is the most important. So food is an adjustment variable. And as a consequence, today, 4 people out of 10 live in food insecurity. And this situation is defined by the fact that you cannot eat as much as you want. You have to reduce what you eat. You cannot eat what you want for a healthier alimentation. These parameters are used in the USA, and we use the same ones in order to have comparable results. And we've reached the figure of 37%. And just think that 37% means people who hadn't experienced food insecurity, people with education. This is something brand new, and this has been underlined during the COVID crisis. Also, the students have always had to reduce their food intake. Also, women, and the fact that for 1/3 of the people who are not equipped for cooking, because there is a social injunction saying that if you cook, it'll cost you less, but it's not always possible because 1/3 of people only have a fridge and a microwave oven or a kettle, so they cannot really cook. So it is compulsory to start thinking, taking into account the evolution, the way you eat, the way you consume. This 20th century model with 3 meals a day is not valid anymore due to the evolution of working time. Households that are made of only one person, 40%. So we are alone, we eat alone, and we have to offer these people or everyone solutions that are applicable. And thanks to Guillaume Garot law, we have reduced food waste, but the price of food products has risen, and the food banks are empty. And within the 37% of people who are in a situation where they cannot eat, 80% of them don't use food bank. So we have to find new solutions. And this solution is to design forms of help that don't exist. And there is no budget for such policies. Nothing is done in order to feed people. So we have to organize something in order to help people. There is money for energy precarity. You have to take into account housing issues, energy issues, but also food issues. So for instance, the car policy with the cost of electrical cars excludes the poorest parts of the population. So the weight of inflation, all these different weights weigh on the poorest people, and with climate change you will have more and more scarcity. So we cannot do nothing and just watch them facing these challenges. We have to organize support for certain categories of people. We fight on paying for imported food or local food, but this is not the issue. We shouldn't force solutions on them. We shouldn't tell them that they have to eat fruit and vegetables. We have to let them make their own choice with money that is enough money in order for them to feed themselves correctly. Thank you, Madame Erdel. So now I will turn to Mr. Tanguy Martin. Should food help and food social security be connected with a territory legislation? And I think you've got a PowerPoint. Let me start before they show the PowerPoint on the screen. 2 comments. I've got a double responsibility. I'm in charge of advocacy for the Terre de Liens National Federation, but some people may know me also as someone who worked on a regional level. And for the record, I would like to thank Nantes Métropole and Nantes for their support. The support given to Terre de Liens that has been going on for a few years, and it's a precious support. And I'm also a member of Ingénieurs Sans Frontières, an association that is part of a national collective for social security of food. Terre de Liens recently became a member of the group advocating for food social security. So it's not land regulation that will provide a solution, but both projects can support each other. Thank you for your presentation, because I wanted to say exactly the same things. I wanted also to add a comment. The COVID pandemic, the war in Ukraine, or inflation are not the triggering factors. We have a structure crisis, a structure problem of our food sector, and we have to change the way we feed ourselves. In particular, the fact that we depend on food support. It's like a humanitarian support, and for the last 30 years, the food topic has been seen as a humanitarian support, which is a real issue. Vote through CADI doesn't work, and consumption of a certain quality of food, whether it is environmental, nutritional, becomes a class issue, and we enter, in doing so, into an apartheid food issue. It's not an activist who says so, the scientists say so. And when food support provide people with products, those products are not of good quality. These are products that very often haven't been bought by the consumers, that they're not wanted, or they have been bought by European funds. So without judging the intention of the people, afterwards we understand that the Loi Garot helped fighting against food wasting, but this law has confirmed the connection between fighting hunger in France and surpluses of agribusiness. So the people who create the problem have been helped because they pay less taxes, and stigmatizing people who benefit from this food support. So at the end of the day, you have to draw the conclusions and understand the fact that a policy fighting poverty, just aiming at poor people and not being universal, won't be successful. I'll get back to that afterwards. From an agricultural point of view, and you've said something about that, we are going through a farming demography crisis. Devitalization of countryside, more poverty among farmers, suicidal rate higher among them, etc., etc. Climate change, pesticides, you've spoken about that. We are going through situations that are really problematic for the future of France and the world in this sector. There is a land concentration, bigger and bigger farms, more and more financialized. One farm out of 10 is in open capital society. So these actors are not farmers themselves. controlling 14% of the farming land in France. In the future, it will increase. So we can highlight Dominique Potier, a French member of parliament, fighting against this situation. But now we've got to see that the law on farming lands is not enough, and it's one of the best in the EU, is not enough to be successful. I'll move forward. The relationship between agriculture and food. When we see that people want a quality local food, so as a consequence, we've got to farm locally. The EU imports the production of 34 million hectares net. So we use food production coming from the south. And if we had to produce 100% of our food, we should have 41 million hectares, and we only have 20. So over-specialization, territories who could feed their people but specialized in cattle or in some cereals. So there is a real issue of disconnection between our food policy and our farming production policy that is made for exportation. And FNSO and the government are redefining food sovereignty as keeping the exporting production, which is a pure nonsense. What can we do? Regarding food, we promote a universal solution, seeing what the best social policies in France. So 150 euros for food budget per person per month for all the people, to be spent in order to buy products under convention locally, so definition. So the eaters define what they eat, and no one else who tells them what to eat, with economic justice, social justice, in order to redistribute the added value where it is created. Some experiments are going on in Nantes. Montpellier is doing fine, even if it's not a food social security. And we want to give the opportunity to vote for the right to experiment for territoire zéro chômeur de longue durée. Beyond that, although we could install this, we wouldn't have the right production at the right place at the right time. So we should, at the same time, organize land regulation policies. I don't have much time to dwell on this, about what we can do within the legal framework in order for land to be a common good and to be better shared and preserved. And I wanted to conclude saying that even though tomorrow we had a good land policy, food democracy policy, if you don't like the food social security, we should have at the same time democratic and regulating structures to work in order to connect production and social demand. The land is not only a food tool, you also have landscape issues, environmental issues. So all the instances should be together involved in deciding on the policies. Without it being a revolution, without changing it all, you can already start speaking about that when you speak about reforms. Many policies, whether they are structural, land policies, selling farms, PAC, or CAP, the food issues have to be taken into account. And I'll conclude saying that European elections are approaching. We missed the last reform of the common agricultural policy. The next one in 2027 is still to be decided. We need a farming and food policy that is common to all the EU countries. We need land and food policies, and whatever we suggest as a farming policies, the social aspect has to be within.
Thank you. I will continue with Mr. Thomas Braget. What solutions to act as close to the territories? Because you have prepared a law draft. Well, there are many questions. We try to find elements of solutions to see how we can relocate feed systems, guaranteeing accessibility to most people to have local, sustainable and quality food. This is a research project whom I represent, the Atlas and Atlas II project, meaning territory actions for solidar and sustainable food and feed. This proposes methods and tools to local collectivities to build and organize the resilience of territories which face situations of emergencies, be they local, geopolitical, health crisis, and making difficulties for the poorest populations, which in France we have decided not to talk about enough. These crises, as you were right to say, the health and sanitary crisis and geopolitical crisis did not create food precarity. Food precarity existed before, of course, but these crises have amplified it as you measured it, thanks to some statistics with rocket high increase, particularly of the households, for the households, and which did not think they would face this food precarity. And at the same time, these sanitary and health crises showed the fragility of our food systems, of our food supplies systems, too much dependent on the international markets. Well, of course, because of the COVID crisis, there was no disruption, but there were many stores which were faced disruption. But this is also due to the fact that we had local production and solidarities which were built during the COVID crisis, during which the local farmers were working on a very tense flow, high flow. These crises had the effect to show that our food supply systems are very much vulnerable, and that it is today unthinkable to think that these food systems will be regulated only by the markets. It is important now to think that our systems, food systems, are always in a kind of crisis and have to be resilient. So, question is, how can a territory provide to everybody in a sustainable way sufficient food and affordable food? With unprecedented and shocks that will happen. So the risk of disruption of the food supplies system can be mitigated, or at least prevented, by the organization and adaptation by a food system in the territories, which in the case of a crisis could answer the demand and the local food needs by local production. Now, the climate and resilience law recognized this resilience of the local territories. Okay, fine. This is done at law level, but the local collectivities do not have the means to do this. Now then, there is a list of food projects in the territories which are in a way a form of relocalization, which will make it easier to have at the scale of a territory easier ways of producing. But it is not yet in a cruising mode. These projects do not meet yet the objective of resilience. Solutions, I come to it in the case of the Atlas II project. We ask ourselves the questions how to build and what are the necessary conditions to help and support the collectivities to meet this challenge of local and resilient food system, how to preserve this capacity to feed its local population during a crisis, for instance. Asking the question of resilience is not asking the question of crisis management when the crisis comes. It is more about anticipation and forecasting. And in terms of legal issues, I'm a law person. So planning the risk, planning social insecurity because of a disruption of the food supply. So this thinking, we have been working on it for 3 years, and it led us to draft a certain number of propositions. And we have, if I may say so, we have formulated and gathered these propositions under the topic of a law, which we have submitted to some local representatives, national and European, law proposition for planning and the territories and making it resilient. This law proposition is accessible on the Atlas II website. 3 main directions and pillars for this law. First is recognizing by the lawmakers of a food skill shared at local territory level. Of course, local territories have some ways of acting, but the food skill per se is not recognized and given to the local territories. So in fact, it is about making it possible via law to make it possible for the local territories to give their say and action. Second is to move from a project way of working based on the political will of the local stakeholders towards a more constraining, binding, law-based element, of which an action program with indicators of monitoring and results, and an action program which would end up by a contract in between local territories and the stakeholders, and which should have legal binding value. So to make it more consistent at whatever scale, be it local, national, or European. And lastly, and I'll finish with this, food planning and feed planning of the territories means that we need to question the way of working in between the local political interest and the private companies' interests, retail, food industry. How can these private stakeholders could contribute to this collective effort of planning, whereas at the same time the state, with the property right, these private actors do not necessarily have to go in this direction. This is why we need to support the local territories to have more power in the discussion for these programs and projects. The idea is to give to the local territories a kind of negotiational power with the private sector with a preemption right, but also the right to create companies, be them mixed public and private, or how to change or to give food to the most poor people if need be. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Bien avec le dernier intervenant.
And the relationship with the last speaker, Mr. Guillaume Garot, who is online, Minister as President of CNA, in October 2022, you voted for a law regarding food precarity, so I think you're well poised to add to these interventions. As a member of parliament, maybe you can let us know more about this law, this bill. Hello, everybody. I'm not far from here. I'm in Laval, in the same region, but nevertheless, I cannot be physically with you this morning, and I want to say hello to Christophe and his team, Karine, Johanna, Karim also, and Eric Andrier, Dominique Potier, whose face I've seen on my screen. So, first of all, I would like to go back to the conclusion of the National Council on Alimentation and Food. I definitely agree with the words of Pascal Evel. The social emergency and the environmental emergency that translates into food precarity. The figures are impressive. And we, as citizens, activists, politicians, how can we act? From a political viewpoint, maybe we should say again something that should be obvious. We, from the left, socialists, food is not a commodity as any other commodity, and the liberal wind that blows everywhere should be harnessed, and the idea of affirming this is a very important point to make. Second point, and as a consequence, food policy should, from my perspective, be a common goods policy. First of all, because access to food is, first of all, a basic right. That being said, what the National Council, the National Food Council, says regarding fighting food precarity. The National Council on Food is a consulting structure helping the government to understand the possibilities of food policy on a national level, education to food, food precarity, healthy food, different topics we worked on when I was its president, gathering all the different players of food policy in France. Many things were said. A systemic approach was needed in order to fight food precarity. 71 proposals were made. I would like to quote a couple of them. First of all, the need to have the right to food within the French and European rights legal framework. And these would have huge consequences, and it supports what has been said by Thomas Brigitte. Secondly, we want to experiment food social security, and I would define it later. We also want to work on resources of households, of our citizens. This is the basis in order to have better food. And we spoke about salaries, minimal wages. We also thought of creating an ongoing fund in order to accompany the different fights against food precarity. it's a document and you can access it online. But nevertheless, we should go beyond that, because beyond our proposals, and I think we as socialists in particular, we need to be more practical when we think about these principles and ideas. And want to advocate for the idea of experimenting in France what would be like a zero hunger territory, in order to show practically that we can fight against food precarity with a real change in our consumption and production modes. And starting from the ground, from the local level, and through local policies, we could do it within a national and European legal framework, expressing fundamental rights and guidelines. So a zero hunger territory, what is that? First of all, to frame it within a food democracy. And we invented that, we socialists, the local food project. The PAT, they should be made compulsory on a regional level. So it's a coherent tool, the PAT, in order to have all the players working together, building together the zero hunger territories. And once again, I definitely agree with Pascal Elbert. The food check is compulsory. We have spoken about a lot on a national level about that. Although our president promised during the presidential campaign to make it reality. But we need a practical tool in order to fight against hunger. Fighting precarity on the local level, the zero hunger territory could also translate into solidarity tariffs in school catering. A lot is made, a lot is organized in municipalities, but many municipalities still don't do anything about that. Le département, Pays de la Loire, our region, doesn't move forward. And we should work on these solidarity prices. Another point, very important, food education. I've heard that we cannot make injunctions and prescriptions for people who are hungry. But I think if we want to be responsible and if we want to have an impact on people, we have to give reference points. We have to teach people what nutrition means, and it's part of our food policy. And locally, for the zero hunger territories, maybe we could be innovative, always having in mind food democracy and access to food for everyone. So we have to aim at the same target within this construction of a zero hunger territory. We've got a field for innovation. And last but not least, but because I think I've spoken too much regarding the time that is given to me, food waste. I heard somebody, Tanguy Martin, who said that this law against food waste is not really successful, and the opposite, it supports the agribusiness. I think he should read again. He should read again the law, because we don't only speak about food that is not sold. We also have a prevention part in the law, and the prevention part of this law is a new paradigm. We consume differently, and afterwards we need political will and the will from our politicians in order to move forward. These are fundamental points. Fighting against food waste is a way of fighting against an absurd system. Producing for throwing away, it's pointless. It's absurd. So fighting against food waste is an economic necessity, is a social necessity, is an environmental need, because fighting against wasting is fighting against wasting our resources. The idea that we build up a society, a planet, with more solidarity and more responsibility. And I think it's the guidelines for all the people who share the same values as we do. So it's a major fight for the socialists and the leftists, generally speaking. There is much debate around food, social security, the right to access food. It's a proposal I make in that we experiment the creation of zero hunger territory. It's a major battle for the coming months and years in order to have a real leftist project in our country.
Thank you, Mr. Minister. I guess everybody has the same feelings and thinking. It is a fight from the left parties, like a right to energy, a right to have a home. It is the same type of right. Now we'll have questions in the audience, or questions, whatever the mean of communication is. We'll have 2 or 3 questions, and then microphone is arriving. Well, good day. I would like to move on precarity. We realize that there are more young people who ask for money and food in the streets. These young guys have support, have financial support, are helped, supported by the social security, and the fundamental problem is, how can they get out of this support system? Are there associations which tell to these people how can we move out from that? I'm against the way of supporting everybody all the time, but how can the people, these people can go back to work with a support, support of a solidarity type? Yes, good. First question. Next question. Well, yes, thank you. I wanted to have more comments on food security. You talked about a food check for 150 euros to everybody. I wanted to have some more details on that, because is that for everyone? Is it, or is it? I mean, not everybody needs a 150 euros check. That's my point. Other questions? A third question. Good morning, everyone. Thank you to be here. One thing to say, I have no fridge, no oven, so I am, in a way, a precarious person, and still, I'm the richest of the poor people. I have the support from handicapped, impaired people. My rent has moved up by 100 euros. and it is very difficult for a person, even an impaired person. So I'm asking myself, I'm telling myself, yes, food support and food help, yes, but is it possible for an impaired person? And as I already have a certain financial support, will I have the right to an additional food grant? Well, maybe we can answer this first talking about the young ones. And also I will answer the question about the young ones and housing first for the young ones. You have to understand that we have created a society in which during the different periods, the young generation, as time goes, earn less than the previous young generation. So we are one of the European countries where the gap of revenues between less than 30 and more than 30 is the highest. So the level of resources of the young ones is one of the most, the weakest. So we have the feeling that as we have the boomers who want to keep the power, the money, and what they have is that we don't want the young ones. That's why there are less and less babies. The young ones are more anxious. A lot more, doubled during COVID, and is higher in France than in any other European countries. So we are in a moment when we give no future to the young generation. So it is quite easy to say, well, they don't want to work. It's not true. Working creates social link. You cannot live without having this social link. So no, they have this wish to have a social link and therefore to work. So we cannot say, no, you do not have the right to live well and to eat well. Regarding housing, the question of, there are two things that are not thought about in politics. Asking the question of housing, or asking the question of a society where there is many more owners than in other countries, than these, therefore that these individuals will need to rent their goods. We do not ask the question about this model, which means that as you are an owner, an individual owner, and you want to have a profitability, you then increase the rent, of course, and therefore having a higher level of rent. If you compare it to Germany, this is not normal. So these are questions that are not asked about the fact that the model we have today should be changed, perhaps. And then, of course, the young generation revenues, when you are less than 25 years of age, you do not have the minimum revenue support, and therefore the people that, the young ones that have parents live with their parents, the other ones have no place. Now, coming back to the other topic, it was talked about by Guillaume Garot. The Constitution and the Human Rights Declaration of 48 comes from the right to food and feed. So maybe we could recall it, because some people are deaf about it. It is a human right. Making a human right possible is not just support and help. So again, coming back to the question, 150 euros for everyone does not need it. What we take stock of is that the policies for the poorest are policies of dividing the social society. We want to have a one society. If you look at social security in the UK, it is for the poor, and the rich have their own system. And this is not what we want. Without coming back to philosophy, just taking stock of what happens, we live in this world with equality gaps which are increasing. Now, we could reinvent a republic, but we need to have all the same rights. So 150 euros for Bernard Arnault, yes. But then we implement policies whereby Bernard Arnault will not, in fact, have the possibility to have this and other things. So when you have a policy of giving support, it is not fighting against inequalities. It is not at this place that you must do this. This is universality, and this is very important to us. The second thing is democracy. Of course, education and food for everyone, and also for all everybody, like the people who earn a lot of money. There's no reason why they shouldn't have it, but let us trust people. If we give to the people the possibility to have more, they will know what they need. You know, madam, what you need. It happened in Montpellier and others, which shows that when you have people gathered together saying, if you had the means, what would you buy? They are experts of their own food needs. If you put people together to understand and know what it's all about, they can take decisions way ahead of what the politicians can decide. To add something about the fact that it's a right for everyone, the problems is social security. You need money for both. In fact, the funding is done by the richest. We fight for a unique funding resource, so it would be based on the same type of global revenue with 10% based on all revenues on retirement rights, works rights. With this, you could feed indexed on inflation. So now, as we know that inflation is higher, you would need to. It looks 100. It goes up to 120 billion euros. It seems huge, but we would win a lot of money on other policies which are not efficient, and we might save time. Other questions? Yes. Good morning. Thank you very much for all these elements which you have set during the introduction. I have one discussion item, territory with no work less is nice, but when you talk about food, we need to have what it is. What are we talking about? Eat well for everyone must be positive. We see that for food. When you talk about meals in between ourselves, meal is a time for sharing, and we also need to send some positive information. We need some positive stories today, and I'm not sure that zero hunger, for instance, is so much well named. And also we need to have the choice in food. You talked about the fact that we are into a kind of charity system. We give, and this is how you should use what you. This is how you should use what we give to you. Let us keep in mind this free choice of everyone, food free choice. And we were talking about territory food project. So from project to program, in order to have some food products in your plate, it will not happen magically. You need to plan for it. You need to plant. You need to, well, all the agricultural system that you need to take into account. It's a systemic movement. Everybody has to be in there. So I have the remembrance of what was done at Nantes for the territory food project, which was done by a socialist minister, and we can be proud of that. And sometimes you forget the social part by saying, yes, these are, so you have to have too much agricultural view and not social view. So saying, how can we yes, there have been many developments of important things. For the AMAP, for instance, is that important for everyone? And how can we maybe integrate this in the law? That there is a percentage in the AMAP that be taken from to be able to have some solidarity baskets. Thank you. Yes. Claude on Slido, who asks Pascal and Bell the articulation in between food social security and food ticket. I will have short answers because we are over time. When I come back to social security, food and food grant, it's only for a part of the population. I do understand that it divides the solution, and that's not the easiest part. The idea I defend is this free choice, which is very important to me. To me, democracy, people decide for others. I am not sure that it's totally free choice, because you have given ideas, you have already implanted ideas. So, for instance, all the ones who have a model and who want to maintain a capitalist model is these educated people will say, yes, we need to eat local, we eat to eat less meal, but they have the financial means to make this selection to the opposition of the ones who will have behaviors, different behaviors, because these people do not have enough finance, and they eat vegetables. We have to mention this, the ways food behaviors have changed. This is important. How can we continue on these behaviors with the retailers, with the non-governmental organizations, etc. Yes, there's a consensus which says that we should eat less meat. Yes, of course. So we have here all the necessary elements to make the people understand why we should go in this direction. Yes, we know we should eat less meat, because in terms of ecology, feeding animals with cereals which could be directly for human food, yes, we will need to eat more vegetables. Yes, we need more fruits. We import them by more than 50%, and this is not normal. And exporting then again other cereals, it is very important. So it has been a mistake to put very long-term objectives. For instance, what will we eat in 2050? So we need to build a history, but based on the free choice. Everybody has understood that it started in year 2000. Eat 5 vegetables or fruits per day. Everyone knows about that. Today, as the financial conditions are less good, people eat less fruits and vegetables, but eat biscuits because it's less expensive. Even if they know that it is less good in terms of health. So let us give money so that the people do as they wish. Because if you start saying that it needs to be local. How can you do with local? It's nice to say in the north of France that there are going to be territories where we'll have a sovereignty, but in the north you're going to eat what? Potatoes, or perhaps maybe some beetroots. So again, free choice. Just on the PAT, SAFER managed the transfer of know-how and property from a farm of 2,000 hectares next to Poitiers. And this SAFER, it is a huge agricultural cereal farm exporting. So there are systemic issues. I mean, we have enough food to feed the world, so it's a political problem. So SAFER was fully incapable to reorient, to change the ways of functioning this farm, whereas the SAFER local at Poitiers could change and help this farm change. So if we do not have this constraining policies, food policies, just asking, for instance, retail to change or food industries to change, it doesn't work. You have to put some constraints in that and to link well the food demand of the territory with the capacity of production of these same territories. I believe that we stop now. Sorry, but as you wish, but just one. I was surprised when you said where the food comes and where it comes from. I can't agree with that. The quality of the food element is important. Just two figures. Depollution of water in France is 54 billion of euros. How can we do that? We're less than 4,000 farmers, 400,000 farmers. How can we do that? We have less and less farmers, more and more transportation. If the choice of the type of food, if you give the people the choice, with the amount of money, we know what elements are going to be taken, what food is going to be chosen. I'm sure there are ways of finding money in addition to what we found. Okay, let us stop now. The second round table is about land.
Oui, juste pour vous préciser qu'on fait une petite pause de 10 minutes.
A small 10-minute break. You can have coffee, and then we'll start with the second round table. So I suggest you grab coffee, something to eat, and then you come back to the room in order to start the second round table.
Ok, bonjour à toutes et à tous.
Good morning once again, and we will start the roundtable number 2, whose title is The Challenge of Renewing Generations in Agriculture. How can we facilitate access to land and better control land concentration? I would like to thank the organizers for this program, Gérard Passion. I'm Gérard Passon. I'm the Federal Secretary, the Department 44. And we have, although I'm called Poisson, fish, we have struggled at associating the fishing sector with this roundtable. So people speak about the fact that we've got less and less farmers, but nevertheless we've got an excellent sample of farmers here. In French, we called them also peasant, and peasant is associated in French with the word pays, land, country. So this sector has evolved a great deal, and we will go on evolving because it needs to change. You representatives will tell us more about this. This profession today shows that we still have to provide people with food. People have to drink and eat in order not to die, but we demand farmers to provide healthy food to protect the water streams, the landscape, sometimes produce energy through farming activities, food sovereignty. But we have sometimes to go to Brazil in order to gain food sovereignty and food autonomy, the farming lands property in this department. In this department, I think we've got the cheapest farming lands. So it's not difficult to find money to buy farming lands in this department. Nevertheless, anyway, so we will start with the perspectives, and we would like to listen to the intervention of Madame Carvalho, who comes from Portugal. It's a recording. Dear friends, I'm glad to be here to discuss with you about a central topic for the future of European agriculture, the generational renewal. Even though it is part of a broader trend of demographic decline, this challenge is harder within rural populations and especially farmers. In 2020, less than 12% of European farmers were under 40 years old. We must recognize the vital importance of this topic. The European Parliament recently adopted a resolution about the renewal of generations within European agricultural exploitations. I was very proud to be the rapporteur of this report. The future of agriculture is a central topic of the Socialists' political action in the European Parliament. We are aware that taking care of future farmers is crucial if we want to succeed in the struggle against climate change, the loss of biodiversity, the lack of territorial and social cohesion, depopulation and threats to food security, Young European farmers need a positive and transformative action. They ask, as we do, for actions that can really lead to fair incomes with adequate living conditions in rural areas for farmers and their families. The challenges and obstacles to agricultural activity are very well known. Access to land and fundings, the fair income for work, access to knowledge and training are but a few of the most relevant issues. Those issues are increased by other daily challenges, such as social isolation, increased difficulties in accessing education and health services, connectivity, and even access to leisure and cultural services. Those challenges have been well identified for a long time. However, we haven't yet found adequate answers. The answers from the different national and European policies must be more audacious. We must act. Let's take the example of access to farmlands, which remains one of the most important obstacles to the installation of young and new farmers, especially farmers who do not themselves come from a farming family. A more harmonized approach in the European Union, which recognizes the specific nature of farmlands, could contribute to improving the functioning of the land market. And so we asked the European Commission to evaluate the possibility to act at the European level in cooperation with the member states and their regions, without excluding the possibility to create some legislative tools that can improve the functioning of the national farmlands markets. Creating a European Observatory of Farmlands within the Rural Observatory would be also very useful to improve the collect of available data on this topic. We also ask member states to regulate their agricultural land market, to promote young farmers' access to land through the purchase, leasing, or other modalities, using regulatory means matching the local context. In addition, we invite member states to ensure transparency, to actualize public information relating to land markets, to land use planning and to land property, while monitoring the transfer and concentration of lands in Europe. On the other hand, the complex nature of the generational issue requires a multidisciplinary approach, with the necessity to develop integrated national strategies, able to improve the articulation between national measures and the different political and financial European tools. From the CAP, Common Agricultural Policy, but not only, do more, do better for young farmers, means creating a compromise to improve Europe's future. It's everyone's responsibility. We, European socialists, take this responsibility at heart. Thank you.
Bon, ça nous fout un petit peu.
It's a bit, I'm a bit ashamed of not being, of listening to her speaking once again of land issues. Audacity is the key word, maybe acculturation. Tanguy spoke about that this morning. The challenge, the recurring challenge, the emergency, time, acculturation of people in order for them to evolve to incentive and constraints. And I think a lot will revolve around the social and energy transition. According to the level of utopia, we will tell our voters for the coming European elections. So, first of all, I want to thank you for being part of this roundtable. Patrick Baron, who used to produce milk, but you're still a farmer, because once a farmer, always a farmer. Patrick is, if you want to understand him, when he starts working on a topic, he moves forward. He doesn't let anything stop him. So you will let us know about the cooperative in peasant agriculture and marine. You will speak also about your experience. Sorry. The Lolly, the Association des Coquelicots, and you will let us know about the association. And Taman Wata, also a farmer in Indre-et-Loire. So you work with cows, but you don't produce milk anymore, meat maybe? And you will let us know about what is the possibility for politicians to accompany young farmers, in particular for renewing the farming sector. And a person we definitely like, we are fond of in this department, is Dominique Potier, who's a member of Parliament of Meurthe-et-Moselle, for Meurthe-et-Moselle. So maybe I could say more about Dominique, but keep in mind that he is someone who likes to communicate. He's very convincing. He gives out much energy. He likes to share, and he will let us know through his experience at the Parliament and the legal framework he works about land regulation. So, Patrick, let's start with you, and I would like you to let us know about what happened regarding transmitting farming exploitations. What is SIAP in French?
Well, good morning to all of you. Thank you, Gérard. I see that you still have the same way of presenting a topic and people. It makes us smile. I am, contrary to what is stated here, retired from agriculture. My farm was taken over by two of my sons, and my satisfaction is that the fact of being a militant, a supporter, they still, activists, they still took on this challenge. SIAP is a French saying which is more than 10 years old, which is sustaining agriculture and productive agricultural investments. We talk about the renewal generation. There is a new awareness about this, but it's been a long time that in the Loire-Atlantique department, when we were present at the agricultural chamber, we were aware that there was a true issue and that we needed to face this challenge of generations renewal, contrarily to the majority and all the sector, which was, which didn't say a word about this permanent restructuration of agricultural assets as long as the production volumes were high enough. We are in a sector where productivity increases have been incredible, but now the fact that farmers disappear make the volumes go down, and this is new. Things have changed, and we, where we were in the majority at the Chamber of Agriculture, the renewal of generations is something we had worked a lot on. And when we took this problems out of agriculture and opening this topic to other sectors than just the farmers sector, but when we lost the Chamber of Agriculture and that FNSA, the agricultural main union, a professional union, we said that agriculture farmers are the only ones to manage agricultural matters. So commissions were created for the transmission and installation more than 20 years ago, but it was a way to integrate the elected members of the territories for the renewal of the farmers of their territory. And this was important because it was a question of getting into the picture the representative and having them as moderators. When you're a farmer, everybody is for a new installation, but when somebody comes, people say, well, no, I'm not going to rent this land to you because your grandfather did something wrong to my grandfather. Then at that time, the MP would say, no, come on, let's move forward. So when we lost the Chamber of Agriculture, the first question was, where do we want to still be present, well mobilized, when and then this topic of transmission and renewal of generations was essential to us. Someone in the audience told me, well, it's a good thing you lost the Chamber of Agriculture because then you could do something else. But yes, indeed, during a period of time, the dozen of people who were mobilized to the Chamber of Agriculture turned back to the unions and the development bodies, and we found time to look at what was done around us, and we explored a little more in depth to what was done in the social and solidar economy sector, what was done. And then we said, okay, there is something which we can do. It's interesting. How can we adapt that for farming? And it is all this approach which meant that we created this cooperative for farming installation. What we observed is that globally the farming sector said there is no new candidate. How can we find ones? We were observing that there were many who were wanting to install themselves, but who didn't find any solution to their specific situation. And we said that we should take on board this challenge. And we did it. And what we observed at that time in the countrysides and the countries, well ahead of COVID, there were people who wanted to come back towards farming, but with a will, an individualist will based, I have a project. It was, of course, a different project from the usual farming in the territory. And these people didn't have the codes of agriculture, and even saying, I don't want to go into these codes, I want to have my own projects and demonstrate to the other farmers that there's another way to do it. But access to land is hard and tough. And the job in itself, you have to learn it. And you have to be supported. And there were too many project leaders, people who had a project, who in fact implemented things, started producing, and then realized that it didn't work as easy as they thought, that they had to go on the market place, and banks would not necessarily support them. So they would say, okay, what are your markets? You know how to produce. So the project bearers, these project people, didn't have a well enough notion about the people who were supposed to support them for their installation. And then after a moment, too often, people were financially and physically totally weak, and their reconversion would not give a good idea, because what they had taken, the land they had taken, was just abandoned. So these guys were exhausted, and our colleagues would say, well, we should have cultivated this land ourselves, and it would have worked. So we said we need to be able to support, really support these new ones. So the structure has been developed now. So I say thank you to Christophe. When I presented to the regional level, he was in charge of that, and he said, okay, let's go for it. We will support you. So this happened in Loire-Atlantic. You need to do this overall, the region of Pays de la Loire, so that you do not have these wastelands left after projects abandoned. So today, the project people who have these project owners, go through training, are supported, and have a support to create their own farming structure linked to other farmers on the same territory. So they're asked to be supported by at least two farmers referent on the territory, one farmer on the territory and one farmer of the same production type. So we try that they have a larger group, because the installation in farming is not just linked to the production. It is also a social integration within one territory. Know the people, know the networks, because it helps the success of the installation. So this is what we call the creative farmer inception period, and there are people who install themselves directly. Others say, well, is this really my own skill? So there's another structure which supports the people from the idea to the project. Move quickly here, please. So we have 3 test areas and the specificities of SIAP. So we have 45 project owners who put in place a starting fund, which may represent up to 40%, and the people during this period start producing, transforming, selling, and putting in place their farm unit under the economic responsibility of the structure. And after this period, they go to the bank and they eventually install themselves. Sorry, but we need to have quotas, as you know.
Tamanouata Girard.
Tamanouata Girard now would like to speak with you about the way we can accompany farmers, what you've organized in the Région Centre regarding the renewal generations. Maybe Marie, afterwards with you, we will speak about people who are not from farming families and brand newcomers in this sector. Good morning, everybody. Different points in order to facilitate the access to the farming sector in our region. We've got 3 priorities: the agroecological transition, how we can manage to accompany the farming sector to evolve; secondly, to support the renewal of generations, and thirdly, to have a local food. So, in doing so, we've understood that working on farmland is pivotal. We had different policies in our regions that could be interested in this sector, but that were not always connected, and we have wanted to organize the Land Commission, the Farmland Commission, managed by Terre de Liens. But some farming associations boycotted this project. So first of all, we had to gather around a table all the different players if we want to speak about installation of new farmers, renewal of farmers. We had to involve SAFER, the Chamber of Agriculture, the different players in the area. Anyway, everybody was gathered around a table. In November 2021, we set up this new Farmland Commission, whose objective was to work on farmlands, also to inform the elected politicians through PAT in order for our local politicians to be aware of the situation and to understand all the different options they could trigger. The objectives after different workshops, the observatory was set up, but we wanted to go further. We all know the leader funds, articulating the territory through projects with European funding, and the Région Centre wanted to have a huge sum because the rural players are important for the farming sector, but they're not managed by the same directorates. They're managed by land planning structures, so we needed a real farmland strategy in order to articulate the different policies. And today we're quite happy because this commission works. The contributions are really full of good ideas. Everybody speaks with everybody, and everybody listens to everybody in such a way that other local players, young farmers, who felt that the issue of the generation renewal was starting to be to gain momentum. They wanted to be present, and I think they have to be present. Speaking about the young farmers, the local politicians with the zero artificialization of land think that there is something to be done in this area, so they want to be part of it, part of the debate. And at the end of the day, farmlands and land grabbing, etc., things like that, things are revolving around the land interest, all the different players. There is also a consequence on production. People say that we should stop eating meat, but the environmental and agricultural transition will go through cattle. So if we really want to have relocation principles, we have to keep a minimum of cattle on our territories, and that was a real subject that has been spoken about in order to have this dynamic. Cattle farming is also important. So each time we speak about farmlands and agricultural and environmental transition, we have to speak about cattle farming. I'm particularly interested by this transition. So what is the calendar, with the speed what are the contracts and with whom. And I think that here you've got other partners that could be involved. The farming sector sees itself as a society player, but they have to work hand in hand with other structures, with other society movements in order to move forward. So this one is very interesting. Marie, I would like you to tell us more about your experience, the crisis around water, but water. In the eastern part of France, there is water, but we've already have had periods of water shortage, and in the future we will know water shortage, and people are afraid of that. So in the past, people have spoken, about how to find a solution. Globalization was shown as a problem. Not the territories will be able to be autonomous regarding food. But that crisis gave birth to what we call common goods. Commodities or things that belong to everyone. We saw that with the water crisis, but tomorrow we will see that also when the land crisis happens. The same way we will have issues with energy, etc. So what can you tell us? I work in the city of Herval with my husband and two partners. We work on 70 hectares in order to produce organic cow milk, no transformation on site, and it is provided to the local cooperative. But I was born in the Anceny area. There was a family farming exploitation with a project 13 years ago. My parents worked on the basis of a long circuit. We worked with goats, with cows, producing milk and making cheese. And I'm always happy to listen to your experience, Patrick. And when we started our project, the SIAP wasn't born, and so we couldn't benefit from it. We made mistakes, we corrected our mistakes, and that helped us grow and learn. And nevertheless, it cost us a lot of energy, a lot of money. And I want to underline the fact that in the SIAP project, there is always room for listening to other farmers, and I'm always happy to share my experience with people with their projects in order to speak about my own mistakes. And I understand that people learn from our mistakes, so it's always interesting to share. That being said, a few years later, our project evolved. When you start a project when you're 20, you're very happy with local transformation, and later with our children, we didn't like to spend more time with our clients than with our children, although we like our clients. So we choose to not to transform the milk in our farming exploitation. It's not always, it happens the other way around. I've had a look at these statistics. In 2010, 7,150 farming, and in 2020, 10 years later, 1,100 had disappeared. and half of it working in cattle farming shifted from meat to milk. The average age is 48 years old, and in 2020, 50% were more than 50. So I don't know how many of us will remain in 2030, but maybe there will only be 3,000 of us. A real collapse in population. 140 farms supported each year. In parallel, you've got farms that are not supported, that are not assisted, but you still have people retiring, and the farm will be placed under the name of their spouse, for instance, that is younger and should not retire, and they go working in the farm. So this is my framework, the framework in which I work. 1/4 of my farming career, because I don't know whether I'll spend all my life in the farming sector, but my profession evolves. My parents thought they would be farmers for their whole life. My generation is different. I don't promise that I will retire as a farmer. I don't know, really. And these are elements we also have to take in the transitional dynamic. When I started, I wanted to... We're coming here, I thought about how I could describe about my own experiments and my colleagues' experiments, and I be a bit negative, but I thought of resignation, uncertainty regarding the future, lack of hope and fatigue. So many farms work well, and the economic model seems to work well, but people being discouraged. This is regarding the future of cattle farming. Social injunction for ecological transition, but we don't see much future for cattle farming. All people who collect milk are worried about the coming collapse of production in this area of production in the future, because the cattle will decrease, because retiring farms get bigger, but the fact that you have bigger farms don't compensate the decrease of the number of cattle. Farmers retiring are aware of the fact that there is not enough people in the younger generation attracted by farming activities. So there will be discontinuation. We know that our children won't be farmers automatically. And in such conditions, we're a bit lost. And apparently there is a trend at the moment for people growing Polonia. Apparently it's something that grows very quickly, and there is a brand new trend with people signing contracts for planting hectares of this type of new trees. The agrivoltaic production, solar panels. So we have a lack of certainty about the future of agriculture. In this context, I am not personally interested in retiring right now, but I'm worried about the evolution of the agricultural landscape in my municipality, my city. We've got a very dynamic cooperative, but if it disappears, I don't know whether tomorrow I'll be that much happy and that much interested in working as a farmer. Because I like working as a farmer for the landscape, but also for the social landscape, a collective way of farming, helping each other among colleagues, buying all together equipment. And I'm worried about that, and I'm not really sure that I want to work as a farmer in the future if it's not a collective approach. I'm interested also in the environment because I like to work outdoors, but I'm not sure whether there will be fields and cows in the future. And I want to follow my line. Yes, you told me that I've got little time, so I'll speak about fatigue. For a long time, the statistics, the age pyramid shows that, and we've spoken with our politicians, our political leaders, about the emergency to work on the evolution of our sector, and nothing is happening. And today, in the peasant agriculture network, we have many good ideas, and I'm being positive, and there are tools that work locally and that provide an answer to sharing farmlands and buying farmlands. Terre de Liens, for instance, we've got tools for helping our activity. CAP works a great deal in this direction. And we also have tools for renting farmlands. Initiatives, also some very old initiatives, allow us, for instance, to protect a farm in the transition time, working with the different local players, the local authorities, in order to work for a temporary time before candidates appear to buy the farmland or to restructure some farms. And today, in Atlantique, you don't have this capacity on the whole department, and there is a real challenge in order to apply that to be, in order for it to be useful on the whole territory, and local authorities have to work on it. All the negative points I said before are counterbalanced by this positive solution in order to transmit our projects, in order to give incentives to newcomers. Thanks a lot, Marie.
Ce que tu as noté qui est très vrai, c'est
Something you've said that is true, it's almost a slogan. More farmers, less hectares, and more neighbors. And livestock farming is also the need to have neighbors, not to have one livestock farmer in a town is not a good situation. Thanks a lot, Marie, for sharing with us your experiment, Loire-Atlantique, and in other departments, maybe in Indre-et-Loire. And now I'll give the floor to Dominique Potier.
Dominique Potier, representative of Meurthe-et-Moselle at the National Assembly. It is maybe a little bit difficult there. And I'm saying that because when we were young, the Article 49.3 and not .9 So this article, which allows the government to have the law passed without it being voted, how can we move forward the issues, particularly land issues, with the coming laws? Well, thank you for sharing the difficulties with me. Well, I speak now after 3 farmers, and listening to your histories, we had a great panel of 3 categories of commitments. My political commitment is also rooted into a territory history, but also in a professional experience. I'm the son of a farmer. I had 4 associates who were out of the farm sector. So we changed the farm to organic a long time ago, and we installed 4 people who did not come from the farming sector. And I was happy to see that. The 2 young ones who take over the old generation like mine are looking for 3 or 2 other ones, and how they are preparing again the next generation. And to me, this is a very great adventure. And it is not, as we say, a quiet river, like Marie specified earlier. Many things have been said, so let us put this back into a history and political perspective. Otherwise, I'm going to say again what you said. If we put ourselves into a long-term perspective back, if we start after the Second World War, the happy days, the social, de Gaulle, social democracy, happy period of time, we have 2 great politicians who will shape farming. There are laws on thousands of things, sanitary safety and so on, but the main law was by Edgar Pisani on the land law. They are the ones who really created the revolution. This revolution is mainly about land management. They create the associations for agriculture. They do create this too. They decide to have a social economy system. They create cooperatives. 50% of the production is based on social economy systems. Funding systems like the banks, Crédit Agricole, of course this has evolved, but structurally we make the choice at this time of tools based on social and territorial economy. And they create an instrument of land monitoring. I don't want to go into details there, but the GAEC, no, not GAEC, but SAFER and other institutions that make it possible to distribute land to the people who want it. The land is not a common good like any other. Food is not a common good like others. It is not possible as long as if land was a common good, a good like any other. So the core factor is here, this land regulation system. This is also done for the business. I was talking about the ideal of an economy managed by collectivities. I believe that regulation is very precious, otherwise I wouldn't be socialist. But you need to have still this business entrepreneur mentality. Invention is important. I do believe in new inventions, the political power, but this has to be into this what we call the market economy system led by social, and this socialist part will channel and control this market. If you do not nationalize land, then you organize capitalism. So first, we do not want to make profits on capital, but you need to to give what the what the work needs to be given to. So at this period, you needed to have everybody to eat what they needed to eat. So we have this great adventure. If you reread the speeches of de Gaulle, there is a great story made about, at the same time, the entrepreneurs and not the conservative and the people living from the capital. So we decide to take work against capital. If we look at what we say today, this was at the time extraordinary, and it lasted for 50 years. Now, 200,000 farmers came then at that time. The strength of the organizations was extraordinary. The mutation of agriculture are managed, but there's a poor population of farmers that have been created. Now, liberalism have polluted our spirit, but when you changed, for instance, the car industry, the fact that you have to move 200,000 employees from one year to another, we've done this in the farming sector. There were public instruments of change so that when the farms grow, the farmers are not left alone. And this has changed a lot, and it is very specific to France compared to other countries. So it wants to keep this family farming system based on land property, and now this system is facing difficulties because of individualism, and there was this community spirit in the farming industry is going away. The elite, which are the civil servants, for instance, there are no more people with expert enough who know how it works, and then unions are becoming weaker and weaker, because the land regulation is done, of course, by laws and civil servants who do this, and there are less and less. And now, I mean, it's really something you do because of a passion, and this is decreasing. The movement of deregulation is based on a global deregulation system, the subprimes crisis, so 1960 Pisani Law, 2010, more or less 50 years, half a century of regulation, and then from 2010 onwards, deregulation speeds up because there's a global movement of changing speculation on real estate assets to land assets in a cynical way, in saying that this is going to be a speculative value, 10 billion of inhabitants, less and less land for agriculture. So it is speculative. And we, in France, with the different presidents, have not been able to follow this, with two main differences to the law: the fact that the society system and we now know that 1 hectare out of 2 makes it that half of the land is not anymore under regulation. Everybody knows that, but nobody says it. And this has consequences, social consequences. People lose jobs, but mainly consequences on the agricultural landscape. Farms grow bigger, and the country gets poorer. You can see any types of studies, it shows it. You produce, when the farms grow bigger, on constant surface, the production is less important. You lose jobs, production jobs. You lose jobs, and you lose ecological added value, which is the guarantee for the jobs and the future growth. So we lose also, so farms getting bigger is equal to to making people poor. So this is what we have said, what we have done for multinationals. We said it for socialists. So we said it is land grabbing system, not everywhere. So some departments resist. If you were in Meurthe and Moselle, for instance, the system is massive and speeds up. So we are here to see how this fight, which we have been having this fight at the National Assembly for 50 years. Eric, this was a great moment to us. So what does Europe do? And you were telling me, well, this is not European. This depends from each European nation. So each nation does not want to go into quality of the land. Well, this is Green Deal, but on the regulation, there were some parliamentary works. But the parliamentary report that was presented by your Portuguese colleague, and we had with Christophe, we will share this, is new. Europe realizes that what was national, right to the nations, the land and the nation, is a question. It's a common question, is a global question. I would say that probably the date of cropping for prune depends on something else in another country 10,000 miles ago. So it is interdependent. So that land questions cannot be anymore national questions. We are into solidarity and shared sovereignty. So it is because we are interdependent, trying to regulate the land only at national level is not possible anymore. This is what I wanted to share with you. Now, in what context are we? All this is accelerating. So the movement continues, liberalization continues, but there's a second element, which is the demographic wall. We're not going to argue about figures, 193,000 farmers, but 50% of the farmers, 1/3 of the national territory. We say that 10 million of hectares are about 28 million, so I say 30%. So a little more than 30% of the lands are going to change owners. I'm not saying that the current farmers will go away. I'm saying that they will maybe stop their activities in the coming 10 years. 1/3 of the lands, half of the farmers leaving, and this is now. We know what we should do, but thanks to the works of researchers of Terre de Liens, for instance, of some unions, our parliamentary work, we know what we should do. We know the proposals we have, but I will just state them quickly. What is the agricultural asset, really? We have to have a land authority, public land authority, being able to manage the land, a capacity to reestablish equality of rights on the whole land market in between property and usage. It is the absolute defense of farming. We know that today liberals go fight against what is today our contract, which is land leasing. This is what I defended on your behalf, is that the coherency schemes of territory for urban public networks, we should give back under the responsibility of the states to the territories a specs that would be the instrument to discuss with the professions, which are not regulated anymore. And they cannot manage on their own. So all these questions have been stated. They could be in a law project, which is coming, but we have no agenda for this law. Second, it is like the horizon. The more you move forward, the more it goes away. Véronique already tried to reach the horizon, so, and she didn't succeed, so who could do it? So this law is postponed quarter after quarter, but this is even more serious. It's not a question of 3 months, but what is more important? What is more important is that the agriculture minister says that there will be no land part in the new law, which is absolutely absurd. If there is no land regulation, you can add whatever you want. You can add money, give money, but that's ridiculous. The main topic is not charities, grants, whatever. It's land regulation. No agroecological transition, no health, sanitary, and agricultural safety. Without ecological transition, no ecological transition without renewal of generation, no renewal of generation without land regulation. There is no political courage enough today. The only hope we have is at European level, but it's far away today, as Europe, as you know, is betraying Green Deal with rejecting the proposal about the glyphosate and pesticides. So we're at the level of 5 to 10 years of term, and this would mean that I could be pessimistic, but this is not my way of seeing things. 4 questions, and then each one will be able to answer and conclude for bring some recipes, if I may say so, to Christophe.
Micro.
So you'll be given a microphone if you want to ask a question. I know I wasn't the first one to raise my hand, but I'm given the microphone. So a couple of questions and reflections. Thank you, Marie, for speaking the way you work in Loire-Atlantique. We work the same way in other departments. We are worried about one thing in France. When the Portuguese member of parliament speaks about a farmland policy, she speaks about the need of respecting the national characteristics of each country. And I think in France, 90% of transmissions is leasing. So this is a specificity in France. So when the land is sold, it is a good thing and not such a good thing at the same time. We have to convince the local authorities that when you own your land, you can control the use of the land, and we also have to encourage them to buy farmlands on a temporary basis, thinking that they can sell it back a bit later when somebody works on the farmland, and the transfer of farmlands can be organized. The SAFER is the first player. Everybody knows SAFER, and SAFER is not fulfilling its mission according to the definition. And I won't get into detail. In the different policies, we've got to set up why SAFER is not working well, because it's funded by public money. And slowly but surely, the public money is drying out. So it has to get money from the margin of the land itself, 8%, 9% of it. And of course, very often, it's not for installation, but for amplification, for... No, I'm sorry, Dominic, but get to the point, please. So the initiative to support land as renting for a couple of years works well, but we need a political support, CDOA, and all the decisions that are made and financial support through local authorities. Point taken, thank you. Another question, Dominique Degnaud. Thank you. I want to thank Christophe. We have the opportunity to meet at the Regional Council. I want to go back to 3 points. One point about the priority for livestock farming. I think we've got a very plain argument to give. If we want to keep our fields, our meadows, and we humans don't eat grass, so we have to put livestock on the land. And here the distinction between peasant livestock farming and traditional and present livestock farming. You've spoken about CAP energy, but we haven't spoken about the fact that even with an excellent land regulation and with very adapted tools, we're a bit worried about the workforce. And my question is very plain, but I've got my opinion about the answer. How can we massively, and I underline massively, invest in order to find the workforce, to train it, help them to design their project that will be expensive, and that is before the installing phase? And another point made by Marie, practically speaking, we will have to repeat this operation very often because we'll be faced with candidates who come lately, who enter lately this sector and who won't plan on working their whole life in the farming sector.
Je me permets d'insister un peu parce que je pense qu'il y a une certaine forme de...
There is a certain form of complementarity after Dominic has spoken between the attractivity we can create and the need we have to find new workforce. I work in the cooperative council, but I work more as an ECUMA member, and I could push this idea of investing on this issue. It is now considered as a priority, and now we are starting to see what happens on the ground. A couple of examples that will trigger questions. The need to invest on this topic, because in order to find people who will work on the 30% of land that will be free within 10 years. So our first initiative was, we are experimenting in doing so, one CUMA with local schools in order to offer practices for people to discover the farming activities. So it's a very local collective, and we can generate a local momentum that takes into account all these different topics. And I can see that 3 schools are interested in our project, and some CUMA players have decided to introduce their activities in the 3 schools. So a momentum has been started, and in the framework of the Climate and Territory Week, some activities will be implemented. What I mean is that with a minimum of accompaniment of farmers, we can mitigate the amplification of the farming surfaces. Second point, a national initiative supported by, particularly in North Atlantic, in the pre-installation phase, we work with potential farmers who want to change professions. There is a link that is missing. The idea of offering them the opportunity to try different things, and take into account these collective dynamics are very important for the sector. But there is that missing link. And I think the CUMA network will work on this missing link. There will be a proposal for an amendment for creating a legal framework that will safeguard also social points. There is something to organize there. Christophe.
Okay, not
Very quickly, there are so many things to be said, but a very plain question. In 1950, 45% of the farmers, now you've 45% of 45% of farmers were women. Now 30% of them are women. So you've got less and less women. In Loire-Atlantique, you've got more people who are workers than people who own their farm. And Isabelle Cavariès, in the excellent work she did, missed this situation. So there is no study also regarding the ethnic origin of farmers. You've got farming, more and more farming workers and less farmers who own their farms. So what is the public policy in order for that? I will be very short. I want to welcome the presence of Patrick Maréchal because this year started. It was thanks to the support of the region, but also through the Department Council. And one question, we haven't spoken about the role of the return to land and traditional activities such as agricultural wasteland. So, a very last question, maybe Pierre. A young candidate. Congratulations to all the speakers. And I would like to go back to the workforce and the issue of statute of a form of cooperative in order to favor the renewal through salaries, wages within companies. A very last question. Good morning, Raphaël Conny, Confédération Paysanne from the Finistère. I'm interested in the farmland process. I've been interested in it for years. I worked on the Plan Pluriannuel SAFER. And my conclusion is that some members of the administration and policymakers we see that they are in a standstill faced with the excess of FNSEA, SREA for the conference in Brittany, SREA has moved forward in comparison with the region, but now I think as soon as the prefect meets FNSEA, that he doesn't want to sign, it's unbearable. The administration cannot stand anymore the lobbying coming from FNSEA. Okay, so we'll draw, I suggest we all draw a small conclusion, whether you've forgotten to say something, or you've got a personal message, or you want to give a short answer to the comments and questions. And I'll get back to that idea that was brought up, that we see that we've got local contracts with progressist strength with local authorities, although we are not a majority. Through the comments and questions, I think we can understand a structure such as CAP allows or gives you the opportunity to support more than 50% of projects. But there is an issue indeed. Now, regarding installation, we can see that collectives and the situation of employed entrepreneurs, how do we work with them? How can they access different assistance schemes? But everybody wonders about the profession, about the way they want to accompany the renewal of generation. The generational renewal, it's a new form of integration of project managers, where the transformation and business company should seek for stakeholders and what autonomy newcomers will have. It's a real debate, because we, as a cooperative supporting installation in peasant agriculture, we want to have individuals to start projects always with a collective network background, but it has to be an autonomous project supported by the individual. And there will be a shock, because cooperation has its ideas about how to get raw material. I would like to react after my colleague's intervention from Brittany. I'm not a policymaker. I'm not familiar with the way policies are made. I can imagine that it's not that easy, but I'd like to insist on the fact that, of course, there are things to make nationally and at the European level, but let's not wait, although they are essential, let's not wait to have all the elements in order to set up partnerships and tools, successful tools, even if they're not 100% successful, because there is a real challenge at the moment to start acting and to give hope to activists. And I'm not speaking about farmers, I'm speaking about grassroots activists, because I can tell you that the younger generation has stopped believing in anything. They don't trust the chambers of agriculture, they don't trust the trade unions. Of course, they've given up any hope regarding policymakers, but in partnership with local politicians, we can set up tools and we can help people setting up their own project on the territories. And then, and I speak for my trade union, the Confédération Paysanne, we can support you if you want to invest. But if we go on being blind and not doing anything, we are losing our ability to renew our activist generation. So we have to, if we don't act quickly, we will have to spend much more energy in order to do much less. I'm sorry, I didn't say it before. I'm a peasant. I'm a farmer, and I also work. I used to work with the Confédération Paysanne. Patrick trained me at the National Committee. He was one of the trainers, so I had quite a specific idea about the agriculture sector, about trade unions, and when my name was appeared at the regional level, knowing that I came from the Confédération Paysanne. I'm a peasant in Beauce, where FNSEA was very present. I'm working Région Centre-Val de Loire with Xavier Belin at the head of the région, but nevertheless, the support of the Confédération Paysanne is still present. And the message I want to send to the Confédération Paysanne as a policy maker, I'm not a trade unionist anymore, but I cannot support the proposals coming from the Confédération Paysanne trade union. I can reinforce them, I can support, I can convey them, and very often the proposals are supported by the farmers. These are proposals, and I want to react after what has been said about CUMA, because I think this collective is pivotal in order to renew the generations, to have new farmers, young farmers. I think we have tried and found resources to finance these new projects, how to organize our assistance, our policies in order to favor CUMA, and we do the same thing with all the different farming structures. And I want to react after what Dominique has said. We've worked on renewing our farming generation. It's not DGA, DNA that bring the most resources, but we want to accompany. We've seen so many projects that were completely virtuous, because I went from milk production with transformation to milk production. We see so many projects failing. So if we want to go on, we have to have fun, we have to enjoy it. There are battles to fight. So I want to launch a proposal. Let's work together. In the different comments and questions, many people have spoken about social, territory, sector, innovation, their commitment, and I respect all that has been said. But there is a major political point, and we won't resolve it today, and it's on the national and European level, is the issue of wages. And very often the farming sector has despised this situation. If you want to be a farmer, you have to be a family farmer, individual farmer, collective farming, etc. And now we're speaking about workers, and farming workers, and we have to think of their status. And I think we as socialists, we have to think of this situation, and we have to frame this way of working. And we shouldn't trust the liberals, because they say that there will be owners, there will be stakeholders, and there will be people who will just do what they are told to say. So let's be aware, yes, there will be workers, but let's not give up our ideal in insulation policy. Secondly, I've heard many people telling their story on the local level and on part of us, but we can see the limit of investing locally. And that's why I want also to fight nationally and at the European level, because all our initiatives, if they are just on their own locally, they will be faced with legal points, and people who have vast farming exploitations are winners. The increase is 30% each 10 year, and they win. The CAP gives them the right to go on like this. So we've got to have a political fight locally on the territory. We will end up with a liberal approach of the farming sector, and all victories on the ground give all our victories on the ground give us optimism. We have to be open-minded regarding the different projects, but we also have to fight for our convictions. And two issues that could speed up the challenge we've described is the issue of renewable energy. Internationally, the carbon compensations should be regulated by taxes, and the public authority would be a transfer of our way of living. The burden will be on the Southern Hemisphere, challenging security and food security and food sovereignty. NGOs have been telling us this for a long time. The carbon market is not a market as any market, and the carbon on its own, it's the liberal manipulation of the minds. People say, just worry about carbon, don't worry about biodiversity, and everything will be solved. But it's a general approach that should be taken. And on our territories, with the solar panels, I'm fighting this battle. We wanted to stop the installation of solar panels on the soil, but the definition of agrivoltaic projects, we should block the decree we asked for, because today we are the victim of manipulations from the Ministry of Energy, challenging food sovereignty and food security. It's really terrible. The land benefit of photovoltaic panel is the price of earth, even if it concerns 0.3% of the French lands. The energy market is facing the food market, and as a socialist, the only solution is the expropriation of the 100,000 hectares we need for windmills, and the collectivities have to remain owners of the land. The agriculture is guaranteed, the ecological transition is guaranteed, energy protection is guaranteed, and the land tax go back to our citizens and is not for the benefit of the few. And the energy market doesn't respect sovereignty and sharing values we advocate for. Thanks a lot for this morning debates. Many elements to transmit to our European Member of Parliament. And so thanks a lot. And now it's time for food. Frédéric, if I'm not wrong.
are going to start again. Eric, we're waiting for Morgane for this third round table. Let us wait till everybody's seated and the room is silent.
– 14h15, on appelle ça le quart d'heure agricole, hein, comme dans d'autres contextes. Je vous propose de
15 minutes late, that's normal for agricultural meeting. Well, thank you again for being all here. We'll continue our discussions. The third round table will talk about regulation and transition, agroecological transitions. So no agroecological transition without markets regulation. This is something that was that became clear for our contribution in the last Congress. We worked a lot on this with François Colson, and we came to the conclusion that our software of socialists and regulationists was certainly one of the most relevant to face the agroecological, to help the agroecological transition. So we start from this idea to feed our discussions for our roundtable, illustrating this with 4 speakers whom I'm going to introduce, and we'll have a second introduction to come more into details with the problems. First, Loïc Madeleine, who's a farmer in Normandy, organic farmer, member of the Organic Agriculture, National Agriculture Federation. We'll talk about the crisis of the organic agriculture with and the questions about the regulation of this market. Before going into more details about the solutions that you want to talk about, maybe come back on what are the root causes of this crisis. Can you start with that? Well, thank you. Thank you to welcome us on topics so easy after a good lunch. So the crisis of the organic agriculture is our topic. I am an organic farmer, organic product farmer. Some elements which are at the origin of this crisis, some ideological reasons. Organic production has never been seen by public authorities as a true solution, but only as a niche. So we have suffered from this lack of political support, and we also suffered from all the second-hand solutions, which in fact say that the organic agriculture is incomplete and unreachable, and so if we can have a compromise solution, it will be better. If I look now at what is being called the phytosanitary plan, it has been not efficient. There are also some tactical solutions, the abandoning the support to maintaining in the territories. This maintaining for organic agriculture was a good thing. When the farmers are happy, can live correctly from their production, then there is new population coming. There are also geopolitical causes. When there was this lockout period, it was fine for us. There was a lot of direct sales, a lot of specialized stores. It means that when people do not have enough choice, they move to organic food. This was a good signal showing that people were choosing organic agriculture. So it was a good signal. And then after the end of COVID, start of again new business, and then inflation, energy costs increase, and as organic production was not so much pushed by public authorities, it looks to people like something expensive. But I, for instance, have potatoes, meat, and whatever else at the same price. So, but in the mind of the people, they still believe that organic agricultural production is more expensive. Retail too, and this is my last point, retail in the markets also overinvested and in fact increased a lot their margins for these products. Retail represents more than 50% of the sales, have moved very quickly on the organic food production and then moved away from that. So, for instance, with competition, but retail, large store, thinks about the profitability of the shelf. And when the organic product shelf is less profitable than others, they change. So basically, we come back to the fact that organic production is a niche, sometimes helpful, sometimes not. We want to think that no, it is not only a niche, but it has its place fully. Thank you, Loïc. This presentation of the difficulties of the organic agriculture sector. Now, Laurine Azoulay works at the CCFD Terre Solidaire, which is a Catholic association, one of the associations structured in a collective which is called Nourrir, and Mathieu Courgeot will join us. And Laurine, in this association and in this NGO, works on regulation and contacted us to talk about your thinking about the reasons why you, NGO, are reinvesting the regulation of agricultural markets. Yes, maybe we could start by saying that it's not a new topic to us for civil society, that we are seeing the same consequences on the liberalization and financialization of agriculture, particularly in the southern countries, and the consequences in terms of economy, concentration all along the food supply, with value which is kept by some groups, speculation on the financial markets of farmers' commodities, and in more place from these private companies and land grabbing, problems in the southern countries, where, for instance, you have milk powder coming in these countries, which is twice less costly than what is produced in the country. It causes problems, and more dependency towards importations. And also environment issues. We've talked about them this morning. We are into a system which reinforces climate change, erosion of biodiversity, deforestation, and we continue exporting pesticides towards these countries, and sanitary consequences in changes in food behavior, ingesting such pesticides in the South countries. So it's nothing new, but we have now a context with the COVID pandemic and the Ukraine war. We said it may be the moment to start discussions again, because you see the failure of the market, which does not give solutions to this food insecurity issues. So there are two collectives. The first one is nourrir, and the second is South cooperation. Southern coordination. With this, we looked at the impact of our food systems to the southern countries, import and export, and second, the appearance of new forms of regulation, the law on deforestation, the duty of vigilance, and to see what are the impacts of these new measures on the southern countries and on the other collective nourrir, we feed. We looked at the costs of food and the revenues of the farmers as a key factor for transition, with having an approach saying farmers from here or farmers from the south, consumers from here, customers from here, customers from the south, were all losers from the ultra-liberalized system and deregulated system. How do we do to fix it again? So we published a report on regulation, and this report, the objective of this report, was to say that we already have a scope of instruments which exist or have existed. We need to re-own them again. What are the best combinations of these instruments so that we can propose a regulation which will meet the demands of all these problems? Thank you. We'll come back to this on Morgane. Morgane, the floor is yours now. You are a farmer in the 56th département.
Paysanne et la Via Campesina, tu es
And you're in charge, you're the spokesperson of La Via Campesina. It's structures an association representing several millions, 200 million farmers around the world. That gives us the magnitude of these associations. So we're very happy to have you here in order for you to introduce us to one of the last projects you've carried out. Is its position paper for the next common agricultural policy. And your conclusions are quite dark regarding the present situation if we want it to accompany the ecological transition. So I would like you to tell us more about this position paper and to introduce us to the main elements. Good afternoon, everybody. So this is the document produced by the European Coordination Via Campesina, gathering 30 peasant organizations, not only from the EU, and we were interested by the topic that faced with the environmental, geopolitical, pandemic, democracy, social crisis. What are the tools we've got in order to rebuild an agricultural sector, a European one, in order to face the challenges? Because the storm is coming and it's already here. And for that, we need many peasants. This is our European slogan. Europe needs more peasants, male and female. And when we see what we make our living from, 90% of peasants in Europe have less than 10 hectares of farmlands, and we have money thanks to what we sell. And I was in a market, and at the end of the month, if I don't sell my production on the market, I don't make enough money. So this issue of revenue is pivotal, and what is important is the price we can get for selling our product. But this is something that is almost absent of the common agricultural policy. And for us, the CAP should stabilize prices upon production prices in order for farmers and peasants to make a living out of their work. But and in order to attract newcomers, and 500 euros a month is the revenue of the first years of installation for a new peasant, and 500 euros a month is not enough to make a living. And we want to be part of society as well as anyone. So on the one hand, we have to have fair prices. On the other hand, a redistribution, a fair one of public subsidies, in particular, because the general approach in the EU, when we meet people from the Commission, is that you are subsidized by the cap subsidies. It is completely wrong, first. And secondly, if we have fair prices, we free 50 billion euros a year in order to have real assistance for farms having sustainable organic production. And I say both because very often there is assistance to transition, but there is no assistance for people who have already transited or transitioned. So our document is focused on the market regulation processes. Last week, I think you and I were on another event, and this market regulation process is connected with food sovereignty, because if you have the right to regulate markets, means that market law comes after democracy and the right of people to define their own agriculture or farming and food policies. I'll stop here. Thank you, Morgan. We'll go back to food sovereignty afterwards. And food sovereignty is something that is very often used, but they don't have always, people don't have always the same definition. André.
So you have been European deputy for 11 years. I had the opportunity to work with you at the end of your mandate. I just have one open question so far, which is to know, what do the previous speeches, what do you think of the previous speeches, knowing that when you were at the European Parliament, you said that the changing the farming model means questioning the market's deregulation, more means to support the farmers into this transition. So from this perspective, with your experience, what can you tell us about the necessity to come back to an agenda of markets regulation? Well, thank you for the question, and thank you all to being here, Christophe, for the organization. And what I can say with my experience is that fighting for from the progressists is not easy. It is common to say that it is tough, difficult, and that the neoliberal world in which we are, in this world, our questioning, do not have their place. It's almost a countersense when our questions in a neoliberal world. We have our responsibilities in the situation we are in now. When we talked about the calendar, the agenda that Dominique mentioned this morning, when you were talking about when you talked about the after World War II period, and you said deregulation started in 2010, I believe that it is before. Our responsibility of socialists during the 80s. For some of you, you may remember 83, etc., when we cannot master the French paradox, the fact that capital funds go away from France, then we denationalize a lot. And we have all the international bodies with us, and this is done at international level. And then at that moment, we talk about the Washington agreements, Reagan-Thatcher, and the Paris agreements, if we want to understand the world of today. And the responsibility of the socialists are there. So we need to put, as we say, the school in the middle of the square of the village. But today we're in 2023. It is about time to take stock and to assess what we have generated, what we have done. I'm not necessarily responsible for the choices that have been made by others, but then again, we still need to have an objective look at the situation, because with the fight that we have to continue, for instance, with Christophe, this period is not helpful to us, this neoliberal world, which is said that we have freed everything, we have opened the market to international. It is true for every industry and sector. It is difficult to fight regulations to add more regulation. We lived that together with the CAP report. When you're told all the time that all that you've done in terms of regulations, the Commission tells you that it's not compatible with the WTO committee organization. So one of the lessons is that we are in fact kind of victims of our recent history. And the fight we face is to reinvest sense and meaning. I am part of those who say that the neoliberals have disrupted the link between agriculture, the food, organic, and health. Our job as socialists is to reinvent this, is not to reinvent this link, but to put the history in the right sense, if I may say so. So we come from human health, then food, and then agriculture. At the European Commission, you have European civil servants who dream only of one thing, that they believe, they dream of less farmers as possible. The less farmers, the less problems. You can produce the same quantity of food with less farmers. What we lost last week on Green Deal is not only the fact that we didn't have the majority, it is the profound signification of it. If we lose on Green Deal, it could only have been done, the Green Deal could have been a success, only with having more farmers. This gives reason again to the neoliberal view, which is the less farmers, the less problems, and with the same level of quantity of food. So we need to give back sense to agriculture, and then we can solve problems of land, of transmission, if really the food and feed comes back into the core of our society issues. Food, farming is not a sector like others. We talk about human health, we talk about our kids. And so it is where we have something to reinvent with having the courage of the philosophy we have by putting back the priorities in order. I am part of those who believe that biodiversity, human health are priorities compared to food and agriculture. We're talking systemic here. So we need to reinvest and positioning ourselves like this. So of course we're not neoliberals, we're not conservatives. Of course, we are progressists from the left parties, socialists. So we need to reinvest these topics, come back to when it changed, understand what happened. And today, politicians are not there anymore. Politics are not there anymore. We have economy has become global without human being. When you talk about reciprocity, it is not WTO compatible. The mirror effect, which we talked when we were French, when it was brought into the CAP text, as it was not WTO compatible, it didn't happen. So every agriculture is agreeing with reciprocity. So we have created a huge delta gap in between economy. Who is heading the multinational? Who is heading the wheat market? It's 5 multinationals. Only 5, wheat and corn. And who is at the head of the retail, of logistics, of production? It's not farmers anymore. It's agro-industry, food industry. When you talk about food industry, I do agree. But what you have on the shelves is 80% of transformed food. And who proposes this is not the farmers. It's food industry. And who is backing food industry is large groups. We talked about finance. We talked about financing the land reconstruction, and financialization of the food industry is real. So that's where politics have a very important part, and we need to learn again to discuss with the NGO, with the unions. Politics is here to anticipate. I believe that the politician is here to bring law and regulation into the living together concept. But law and regulation is only at national level. There is no global government. And at the same time, the economy market is global. That's neither. We have members of the parliament here. We have senators and I mean, the president of the republic wanted to stop glyphosate and finally didn't. So there is devaluation of the speech of the politicians, and this is very important. We need, through these type of discussions, we need to start this again, and we need to, and it shows here that we do not have the same ideas as the conservatives and the neoliberals. Maybe we're not right, but we need to wake up. And I will finish on that. At the level of European Parliament, when we fight, we can win some of it. So we should not stop. This is a complex topic. Thank you, Eric, for your what you said, which is very interesting. And we'll come back on the rules in the 90s. Loïc, we come back to you.
So now we'll speak about solutions. You support the mistake that was the end of assisting organic farming. There was a questionable decision. So what topic do you support in order to have more regulating tools? First of all, the regulating tools are something we're starting to explore that used to exist in the 60s and afterwards. But we're just starting to think that the lack of solutions among peasants is more connected with the problem of prices than with the lack of assistance. It is particularly for peasants of farming exploitations of less than 20 hectares. If you have CAP assistance, that should be oriented to helping people who need it. So different points with the current situation to conquer again the fact that organic is a solution and not a problem. we've got some resources to finance these campaigns. So the issue that organic farming also guarantees some public policies, some nitrogen policy, water policy, etc. It's not part of the problem, it's part of the solution. Now, CAP 2023-27 is just a copy of the system we don't want to duplicate. So we suggest, first of all, to redesign the eco regime of the first pillar, 25% of organic painting. And in this green part of the pillar, we would like the organic farming of 145 euros per hectare out of 1.8 million of eco regime. So it's not a lot if we can manage that this idea of BSA, that is the disappearance of assistance to keep first pillar, we want to reach 145 euros today. The eco regime was so generous that 97, a bit more percent of farmers are assisted by the eco regime. So there is a mistaken calculation of this government saying that there will be a green part of the first pillar up to 25% without any constraints. And that being said, because calculation is wrong, everybody has to lower the resource they get paid. And we are losing ground because the assistance we benefited in this eco regime is lowered by the part that our colleagues who don't work, who haven't changed anything, get the assistance. So, because we want transition, it's the purpose of CAP, let's take the money in the part that is supposed to accompany the eco-regime transition. And if we don't want to take the money from there, we can take it from elsewhere. Also, some ideas leading to the idea of regulating the markets evolve around what I said before. The organic farming. Organic farming is 10% of the surfaces. It's 2,800,000 hectares, and it's almost 15% of farms, with 40% of demands of installation for organic farming. More than 40% of the demands for installation in organic systems. So organic farming is interesting. In the future, we will have to work on the prices, how we live, and how we can be attractive for people who don't work in organic farming. How can we attract them? How can we organize ourselves in order for them to decide starting organic farming? We need good prices, we need demand. For 10 years, the demand was double digits. Now we've reached a platform. And organic farming shouldn't be kidnapped by multinational. So we're starting thinking of the guarantee of prices. Is not a brand new idea. But in the first CAP, we wanted to have guaranteed prices, but the prices were not guaranteed. So if we guarantee the prices of organic farming, we guarantee the revenue for farmers, we guarantee the attractiveness of organic farming and all the criteria that are important for us, social ones, environmental, water, biodiversity, health criteria. These are things we should imagine, we should integrate in a maybe completely different CAP in the coming version, where we would have a series of boxes to tick. The first pillar, stabilizing. Thanks a lot, Loïc, for being so clear. Laurine, I've enjoyed it when you said that the issues in northern France is the same as in southern France. And it goes this way for farmers as well for consumers. So what is the tool for regulating the situation and reaching the transition in precarity, food precarity and food safety targets? Maybe to go back a couple of minutes to the present situation, we are going through the third food crisis. 735 million people are hungry, and 1/3 of the Earth population is affected by food safety issues. But the conclusion was the promotion of a agribusiness exporting food and competitivity, the competition. The project for making France more competitive is ridiculous, is ludicrous, and at the same time, we acknowledge the fact that if we put our food in somebody else's hand is crazy. So countries depend on importing food, and the COVID crisis showed that the basic food, the prices for basic food doubled, and at the end of the day, this model don't feed ourselves, but feeds very well the profits of some multinational companies. You spoke about the four multinational ABCD made record profit during the crisis. So the structural system allows some companies to take advantage of the crisis. The key messages, our key messages may be starting saying that there is no regulation without coherence. We've got messages about food sovereignty. We hear a lot now with definitions more or less coherent with the civil society one. So regulating, yes, but being coherent with human rights and with food sovereignty here and there. There is no food sovereignty here in France and Europe if we don't have it in the southern hemisphere. No regulation without coherence. Second point, no regulation without transparency. Transparency regarding financial market operations. We've worked a lot on speculation. Some players in the financing world and the business world making huge profits, and this money doesn't serve its purpose. Operations and markets, margins, stocks, and our recommendations also, maybe we can say that for us there are three main families of regulation. First of all, prices, because speculation. Why do we have speculation today? Because there is a huge volatility in prices. As a consequence, it's interesting to bet on prices, and as a consequence, you've got speculation. It can be stopped by margin stocks. Sharing values doesn't exist in France, doesn't exist in Europe, but other countries such as Thailand with sugar shares the value production quotas in order to limit industrial production units and food dumping. This for prices. Then for trade exchanges. So we've got regulating policies, mirror measures, the law against imported timber. So it goes the right way only if we regulate the impact we've got in our exportation. So we stop food dumping, and one of the proposals that we made with another collective was that the CAP assistance are focused on the European food and not assisting exporting. So let's stop exporting pesticide that are prohibited here in Europe to other countries. Maybe is it because lives over there are worth less than our lives? So regulation on trading. So we won't give with one hand assistance to organic farming in Burkina Faso, at the same way having very aggressive trading policies that will dismantle what is organized through organic farming assistance, and stop hiding behind WTO. It's an argument that we're tired of hearing, as it could be something stopping anything. Many countries have already started to disregard WTO rules, and there is enough margin for maneuver. And if you don't have the margin of maneuver, you change your framework. But you have to update the international trading rules. So prices, trading, and third point that is very important to us, regulation of economic players. The food system today is highly concentrated in each link of the food chain, controlling more than 60% of the market. Good news, we've got a law in France and a directive, a European directive about the vigilance duty, the duty of vigilance. And this is important not only for financing actors, but also cereal trading companies. In France, we've organized a platforms, radar of the duty of vigilance. And you can check whether these companies, these structures have to be regulated, but many of them are not in this framework. Louis Dreyfus, BlackRock, Vanguard are not to act in this framework.
Thank you for what you said. Dominic will certainly come back to what you said, Morgane. We're on a key topic, aren't we? A pillar of the debate. Pierre Campesina, 25 years ago, have put the basis of food sovereignty to fight for new regulations in the countries. What do you think now of the fact that everybody's talking, sometimes not that particularly well, about food sovereignty, meaning produce more? What do you think? What should we do better in defining what we're talking about so that some do not spoil the definitions? Well, it is at the same time a huge success because for a social movement to have such requests for vindication, and you have ministers and laws everywhere talking about food sovereignty. This is great. It shows that it bears its fruits and it is present, but also there are big mistakes. For instance, the fascist government of Italy, when you know that you have in France and in Italy, ministers of agriculture and sovereignty is a stupid. It's a fraud. It's to transvestite that is its exact contrary into something that is more present to nationalism, i.e., eat French, eat Italian, not the interest, not the profit of the French, but of some superpowers, super companies. And there is a report that has been published, I don't know which is the French institution, which defines food sovereignty, which means securing our dependencies. When I read that, I said, wow, actually, they're doing it again. We're going to have French soldiers to secure our independence or dependence. So what was at the beginning international solidarity becomes something of imperialist, meaning that we can do whatever we want against the others to make sure that our dependencies are under control. So for us, the three pillars of food sovereignty are relocalizing with the small and medium-sized producers, democracy, so that food and farming questions are to be discussed. And we say food sovereignty. We also say that in France, in the constitution, the sovereign person is not Mr. Macron, is the people. So the people need to discuss this. And the third pillar is international solidarity. So it's the sovereignty of the people, like Samir Amin would say, with the deep international anti-imperialist, anti-colonialist idea. We can decide that we don't want to have hormones or whatever, and the others can decide differently, because food and agriculture is really the foundation of a culture and of a nation. And therefore, for GMOs also, this is true. So this question is fundamental. I will come back to the WTO. When WTO was created in 1995, the Uruguay cycle starts in 1986, and then the end of Soviet Union. Then Europe and United States said, okay, we're going to push far from it. The others are not there anymore, and we will get the treasure. And the WTO agreements is very much in favor of European Union and United States. We give the possibility of direct grants, but if the support grants from the PAC are not against the regulation, then you can sell under the price of the market. But the other ones cannot. The other, for instance, the southern countries cannot. They have to lower their tax. They cannot support their producers. They have to lower their stocks. So all the WTO regulations are all against market regulations, which particularly the southern countries should be able to use to have a sustainability of their food. And in Via Campesina, we are a truly anti-imperialist organization, close to the southern countries, and the idea to move away from the neo-colonialist order is our motto. And it's not for nothing that 1 million Indians fought in 2021 for stocks, systems of food distribution. It is the basis again of the Indian society. So it took them 13 months blocking Delhi for market regulation. And what we, a few months ago, I'm general coordinator from VIACAMP in Sina, and I had an email from WTO saying, well, we'd like to meet you. And it didn't happen since 2005. And I said, wow, something is happening. And sometimes when they want to meet us, they're not very well. So they want to implement a reform at the WTO, and nobody believes it. So we said, do we go? Don't we go? And then eventually we said, we're not going there because we do not believe one second that WTO, with this mode of decision, its structure, could be reformed with having a project of solidarity and international cooperation. We did say, we said to ourselves, this is the moment to build another trade framework based on food sovereignty, because the current order is not legitimate at all anymore. They wanted to have a civil society council with them, but nobody wanted to go there. Nobody wanted. So it will never work. So we started to work internally in saying what should be the rules of a international trade based on food sovereignty, because we believe that in a near future, of course, there will be international trade, sure, but we want that this trade be not at the expense of local productions. And we want this to be done in respecting the rights of each state to be responsible for its stocks, for its offer management, no dumping, forbidding the fact of selling under the production costs of countries. And in the rules of trade, today we say, well, this is liberalized trade. But a lot of countries are totally excluded. Cuba, for instance, is excluded because the United States said nobody can trade with Cuba. We said, yes, we want rules to be for everyone. Not one country decided who are the countries who can be there. We want also to have agreements, inter-regional agreements at long term. And we also say that we want to move more towards long-term government-to-government agreements, for instance, on cereals, rather than buying at a speculative price at the exchange, stock exchange, wherever it is, and have a speculative price and buy this. So we know there are sustainable importers, sustainable exporters, and we need to fix prices on the long term. For instance, if Egypt could have such contracts, they would be facing less problems. There's also a big issue on currencies. We cannot continue to depend so much upon the dollar. And there's also a topic about the disasters and food aid. Today, food aid program is the Trojan horse for international trade and for multinational companies to have a lot of countries who refuse GMOs, and GMO come in from food aid, and it comes through the. So when a country has an earthquake or whatever, it is not a double punishment, because not only have they had that, and again the borders are open to GMOs or others. And also with VIACAMP PESINA, we discuss with a lot of governments, and we believe that it is mature enough to reach such an agreement. We will still need one or two more crises, but at the rhythm we go, we believe it will be quick. But when we discuss it with Brazil, China, South Africa, Indonesia, it does mean something to them. So it seems to me that in Europe, we must stop with WTO and we must think about another framework, and we mustn't miss this new international solidarity movement. Thank you, Morgan. You talked about sustainable agreements for 5 years in between importers and exporters.
De l'OMC. tout au long.
And that existed before the creation of WTO in the 20th century. These were agreements on basic food, and that should be revived. Eric, I'd like to ask you to go on with this international dimension, the WTO rules at the time of a global climate crisis. We've seen that lately with the floods, the very dry summer we had, and the yield with its ups and downs. What about the public storage of production, and what should be reformed or criticized regarding the present rules of the WTO that over-determine or block any deep reform of the common agricultural policy? After what Morgan has said, we should create a vaccine in order to vaccinate all the civil servants of the EU in order to convince them that we're the best students of the EU and the WTO. We are the only ones to respect them. And that puts us in deep shit, sorry for the expression. So for each topic, we've been faced with some too rigid civil servants because they are neoliberal people. The world is built around the GDP. So the world revolves around money that is supposed to prove you are successful and all the consequences that followed. So I don't think, as Morgan has said, that after 11 years of working there, reforming WTO from inside, that won't work. That's why I advocated for agricultural exception, because I think when we speak about agriculture and food in '94, that was the GATT, when agriculture entered global trade and the consequences started amplified from there. So to get out of that, the end of that marked the end of agriculture exception. Yes, so we have to say again that agriculture is not a purpose per se, is the means to reach a target. And we won't be successful if we fight against WTO. We lose farmers every day. So this is a clear issue. If we want to create food, we have to have farmers. The power given to the biggest one is not the right way to do it. And I didn't vote for the common agricultural policy because as soon as Louise said, on both pillars, if we keep the same structure of the common agricultural policy, and if we don't decouple it from the WTO rules, so we are completely, we have disconnected the model from reality and from the needs. I wanted 100% of the resources of the common agricultural policy dedicated to transition and adapting the farming model to biodiversity, climate change. So in order to help farmers to transition And now when you see the common agricultural policy, they are like the two pillars of the former policy. And it's not possible. In 2012, I mean, this policy cannot be the same as in 2012, 17, 19, sorry, 27, etc. So in order to make things change, we wanted another model, but we're a minority because it's the green box, etc. Second point, if we take into account, first of all, but that was challenged last week, that climate change is a major challenge. But apparently people don't agree. The politicians are not, don't agree with the fact that climate change is central. And if we take into account the fact that agriculture is one of the major players for fighting climate change, it means that we have to give this sector resources. And that should be paid for, but the WTO rules prohibit that.
Ça vous a pas échappé, mais le monde.
But the world is changing. The issue you've got to keep into the issue you've got to keep in mind is who benefits from the situation. China, India don't take into account WTO rules, and they want to make stocks. They do it, and you've got stocks in China and in India. So when you gather all this evidence, you cannot not fight. We won, and for organic farming, we went from equivalence to conformity. If a third country has a law for organic farming, we consider the product as organic per definition, even if the production processes are not organic. So we had organic products imported that were not always matching the organic definition, the European one. So the products entering the European Union have to match the definition of the European Union. And organic farming has to work this way as well as traditional farming. But we couldn't manage to move forwards because the governments didn't want to make decisions on these issues. So we should convince the majority, the glyphosate. Beyond the symbol, it's a symptom of a decision-making process. It's not possible that what happened with this fertilizer, we renew the molecule for 10 more years, whereas there is a lack of certainty regarding the impact of this molecule on human health. So the political voices and the don't commit anymore, and it's a real issue, because when democracy, when the public promise is not kept, our citizens won't vote how they should. I agree with what Morgan said. And regarding the political speech, we have to go back to a real dialogue with NGOs, with trade unions. Each player being themselves, the politicians working as politicians, the trade unionists working as trade unionists. But we have to be critical. We have to be brave enough to be critical. Last week, the Green Deal on pesticides, on packaging, and the decision made on glyphosate is so sad when we see the evolution of this model. And the opening campaign for the European elections, I think we should be very specific regarding our position and reaffirm a form of radicality, not being extremists, but we have to be strong regarding the social model we claim. And rules are important because these are matrix element of progressive socialists. This is what I think. Thank you, Eric. Thank you for sharing your thoughts. And now it's time for Q&A. I don't see anything. I mean, it's too dark in the room. So I hope that nobody was asleep. So the microphones will be circulated. Who wants to ask a first question? Madam? That lady over there. Mr. Yes. Be short, please. No, not as usual. Please be short. What I understand is that you want to debate among states, and I think Europe exists. So it's up to the European people to speak about our issues. We've got the common agricultural policy on different products. So WTO has to update its processes and start speaking with Europe.
Well, yes, sir. Well, yes, Raphaël Cotier. I'll take the land angle. So talking about the land and real estate regulations, if I look at the milk sector in Brittany, there's only 20 heirs per milk, and you need twice more for each cow. To do this, there's a lot of work on reorganizing the land, and I will say a strong word, we need to reorganize the land and do as we did in the 70s. Madam, if Madam can have a microphone, this will certainly help. I have a question. What do you think of vegan fashion and the fact that there are multinational companies which want us to eat insects? I'm not talking about the vegan steak. This will be good remembrance to you. Fourth question, Tanguy.
Pour relocaliser sur notre nombril, on a parlé des...
So to come back to us dumping and distortions within the European Union and other markets, but what about inside Europe? Do we really have the capacity to relocate in France vegetable production and others? Well, good. Other questions? There will not be a second round of questions. It's now or never.
François. François.
François. An important question. regarding international regulation. Well, WTO exists. Either we say it's fully utopic, in an utopia to say we go out of WTO, so or we go out of international organizations. No, how can we, from the inside, we can have this evolve? This is the true question. Do we need to change WTO from inside or from outside? As you wish. Please give us your answers, and then we'll move toward the end of the roundtable. To move out of WTO is quite provocative. That's the way. But I believe that we need to have political courage to say it does not work anymore, and say we, as socialists and progressists, social democrats, the model of society we aspire does not work with the rules of WTO. And then, if we can say this as a founding act, because again, politics, I'm talking as a politician, you need to be courageous enough to go against the systems which create poverty, diseases, and so on and so forth. So this is the strong act. About land, I was saying this to Dominic. I'm convinced of the contrary, that the current liberal government does not want any land law, because since the 80s, it is the Anglo-Saxon law system which has the say. So we come from the Roman right. So again, politician thinks, has a theory, and then the lawmakers organize it. So the Anglo-Saxon right is the common law. It's not the same. It's a movement with we have one problem, one solution, or one law. So that's the basis of neoliberalism. So land is fine for neoliberals. So there's that pension funds who come and have a hand on the land system. There's no political thought. There's so many hectares, we could say, for renewable energies, and it comes back to the communes, and it is a decision, political decision. Their decision is totally different. Investment funds come, buy, and give dividends. I was often facing these multinationals. They don't care a damn about human health. They don't care at all about farmers, about employees in this world. Their only preoccupation is profit. And they say it. It's money, it's cash. And that's where we need to have a different model and affirm it, state it strongly. I came to the political world because I consider the world that is proposed to us is not the one I want. That's why you are part of an association, of a union, or a political party. So on the land question, they do not want any law, because if there's a law, there's an organization, there's a planning, there's a program. This is not what they want. Now, as for insects, it's rather a problem of, I would say, why not, as we say in the Southwest. But again, it's not the right question. I mean, if you talk about insects, I don't have the right answer to that. If the Green Deal is a major challenge, as long as we put back farmers into the territories. So I did this a lot in all my career, and then when I look at what I did, we cannot revitalize the rural world if we continue to believe that the only item of success is money If he wants to earn money, a farmer goes back to town. So it's a question of geopolitical, in which we need to think and so that we target what is the meaning of the commitment, because otherwise we will have measures like we did already, but it is ridicule compared to what is at stake. And then we can eventually give the answer for insect. Morgan, I'll try to answer your question. Yes, we do not think it will go through WTO. Organizations and institutions are like human beings. They are born and then they die. So when the power relationships change, the organizations change. What is the power of WTO at the moment is the regulation organism for when there are issues in between countries. But now United States do not accept this. Therefore, the WTO cannot function anymore. So I do believe that what we lack is something else. There should be already a new shell in which the states will eventually come, because this shell will be much fairer and more attractive than the WTO one. Could be the United Nations Conference on Trade and Agriculture to have fair trade. And we count on this. At the moment, this shell doesn't have a lot of power, but we believe it is an interesting shell. Next, you talked about land markets. As we move towards European elections, we have 5 priorities, and I think that political groups should have their priorities. We propose a European directive on land to have the right tools of public policies to install massively farmers over the whole territory. And we have 5 documents, as I'm showing you, and we have one like this for land. We have one for cattle breeding, and we need to give value back again to breeding. On a lot of lands, there's only vegetable crops, culture, so you need to have nitrate coming from Russia most of the times, and in other territories like nitrate fertilizers, and in other countries like or regions like Brittany, we have other issues. So the solution on which facing the climate crisis is not vegan, is the reorganization in between the different areas where you, for instance, you have too much cattle breeding and others when you have not enough. 4th is seeds, because we are very worried about there is no food sovereignty there. And 5th, we want to have a same strategy with climate and agriculture, with notably an ambition to lower gas emission coming from the agricultural sector by forbidding big farms like plants. And as we discussed a lot about CAP, there are 2 big discussions at the moment. The current CAP does not work with Ukraine. And in some weeks at European level, we're going to talk about integration of Ukraine within the EC. If that is so, we double the number of farmers. And if we have to do this with the same amount of CAP, it doesn't work, neither for the European farmers nor for Ukraine. The only thing which will work is the regulation of the market. But liberals know that it doesn't work, and how do they want it to be done? They want to do it like the carbon market, replacing the CAP grants. So it is not public sector distributing these subventions or grants. It will be Total, Exxon, so private money. So from the GAFA, which will be redistributed to greenwash their CO2 emissions. And we're fully opposing this because it doesn't, in fact, by the end of the day, decrease the emissions, but increases the land grabbing. And in fact, it's people from the European direction of climate, European DG of climate. But, and they say that, well, producing food isn't that important. But no, you need to, in their minds, and there are guys who are crazy, their idea is to say that food will be coming from cellular agriculture, from cell agriculture. They are fully into transhuman thinking. I mean, they're nuts. They're nuts. Let's come back to the real world of the farmers who produce so far food and for tomorrow. Well, yeah. We talked about links between land grabbing and carbons. Laurine as well, that's your conclusion?
Le techno.
Techno science. Oh my God. I just want to say a couple of words about what is approaching when we speak about food system governments. A few weeks ago, I was in Rome for the World Committee on Food Safety. Have you heard of this committee? I'm happy a few of you know it. So if you've got arenas for debate, UNCTAD could play this role, but I mean, these arenas, the more resources they have, the less legitimacy they have, because the private sector has it. The World Summit on Food System and the World Food Forum, launched by FAO and the Bill Gates Foundation, that are conquering means. A small comment: this World Committee, is organized at the same time every year, and this year it was replaced by the World Food Forum, and it's a US show with stars, cocktail, but there is no political decision that is made. That being said, but it's an avenue for the private sector to meet the governments of different states in order to start negotiating some contracts, and it's a real jackpot. And among the consequences, we have seen the World Summit on Food Systems have offered each state to organize a national process for these topics, and the African countries that had started organizing agricultural policies nationally and internationally have been bypassed. But this new byproduct have private sector, have public sector that is infiltrating in the policy-making process nationally in order to serve the private sector's interest. So, there is a myth that supports all this. It's the myth according which there won't be any agri-ecological transition and food system transition without the private sector, because the private sector can have the resources to develop all that. For sure, the private sector has the resources because it doesn't pay for the negative externalities. We have drafted a report on hidden costs of pesticides in Europe, and if we take into account all the hidden costs and all the profits made by the pesticide makers, they cannot pay for that. Their economic model would collapse. An FAO report calculated the yearly cost of the food system around $10,000 billion yearly. So it's a very expensive system. So I would like to conclude saying that we should stop thinking that the private sector and the big multinational companies could fuel this transition and to reinvest the government's areas of the food system that are democratic and that give a role to play to civil society and that will allow us to organize real regulating policies. And you'll have the last word. I would like to thank my three co-speakers, and they have prepared the conclusion I'm about to state. Organic farming, we don't have hidden costs. We've got visible profits. And this happens through strong political will. But we are at a crossroad. Can we have 1 million farmers in France? When? With what tools? And we speak about farmlands. We cannot have 1 million farmers without having a real coercive policy regarding farmlands. Can we have them? Can we support them? Can we have them voted for? And if we cannot manage having 1 million farmers or peasants, we can start the transition towards organic farming, 2.45 EGP, so more job positions. And when I replaced my parents with organic farming, I had to add some forms of production. So I grow barley, wheat, potatoes even now, because the agronomic principles for organic farming force us to diversify. So farmers have to diversify and grow more food on our territories. Thank you, Loic. This is the conclusion of our roundtable. We're a bit late. I want to thank all the different speakers, and let's have a no break, no coffee break. So without further ado, we start with the fourth roundtable, and Nicolas will be the moderator of the fourth roundtable.
Alors, s'il vous plaît, je vous invite à vous installer pour la dernière table ronde de la journée.
Please get ready for the last round table of the day. So I call Karine Daniel, Christophe Clergeau, Mathieu Courgeot, Arnaud Lécuyer, Karine Gloanec-Morin, and Dominique Potier to join me.
Alors, je viens là-bas. Donc, merci.
Thank you again to all to be back here. Sorry, yes, that's okay. This last roundtable is called Green Deal had to go beyond head-front oppositions to succeed in agroecological transition. We have here Karine Gloanec-Morin, Regional Councillor of Centre Val de Loire, National Secretary of the Socialist Party, Mathieu Courgeot, farmer president, co-president of the collective Nourrir, Christophe Clergeau, European Deputy, Arnaud Lécuyer, Vice President of the region Bretagne, in charge of agriculture, food industry, and food. And I thank Dominique Potier, MP of Meurthe-et-Moselle, and I didn't mention Karine Daniel, Senator of Loire-Atlantique. Again, the theme of this last roundtable is the Green Deal. Green Deal was presented at the beginning in 2019. It was a historical moment, and it was the Social Democrat Franz Zimmermann who was the architect as being the first vice president of the European Commission. In between 2019 and 2022 was set the objective of carbon neutrality in 2050 and decreased all its objectives in terms of gas emission and energy efficiency. Many laws and many texts were adopted, a law aiming at forbidding diesel or fuel cars by 2035, a law on the quality of air, and carbon tax at the borders. Despite this movement, it started slowing down in 2023 with some European politicians, for instance, Emmanuel Macron saying that we should have a regulation pause, and the right parties at the European Parliament moved against the law, for instance, of restoration of nature. So both nationally and locally, over the last months, there were a lot of frustrations and tensions about these topics. So this is going to be the core subject of this roundtable. So I will give you questions, I will ask questions and give you 5 minutes for answers because we're a little bit late, knowing that Dominique Potier must leave at 16:50 to catch his train to Paris. So Christophe Clergeau this week at the European Parliament, right and extreme right parties voted against the regulation for the decrease by 50% of the phytosanitary products. It was one of the main pillars of the Green Deal. How can we still win the battle and fight against what the right and extreme right are trying to do? How can we fight against this? Christophe, the floor is yours. Well, thank you. First, something that Eric Andrieux told me, it was not very smart from the Commission to have all the agriculture topics at the end of their mandate, just before the European elections. Why did they do this? I think it malfunctioned. At the beginning of this Green Deal, at the implementation of the Green Deal, the way the Green Deal was presented was only gas emission centered. So all the social, all the agricultural dimensions were underestimated, largely underestimated. So we had a certain number of laws set, you talked about them, which implemented European regulations, standards, without the necessary social accompanying movements and explanations, which came to social movements, which blocked, and the fact that the agricultural topics are at the end of the mandate, plus the tensions came to crystallization and the blocking of today. But even more fundamentally, there was no real agreement at the beginning of the Green Deal on the analysis and what was to be done. There was a political momentum when the publications of the authorities, the impacts of the climate change catastrophes imposed the Green Deal into the program of the European Commission. But if I come back to it, did everybody adhere, was okay to the precaution principles towards science? I'm not sure this was in. We were already talking about the zero risk, and at that time everybody was bored by that. Was everybody agreeing to the needs of transformation of the agricultural world and the necessity for food sovereignty? I'm not sure. And the Ukraine war was the occasion to put in another history, saying that as there's war in Ukraine, we're gonna die from hunger, so stop bothering the farmers and let them produce with no limits and no constraints. And 2 days ago, we were near to Reims with the president of the region of Grand Est, and he said that is in the European strategy from farm to plate. He said there's an objective of reducing the production. How much? 4%, he said. I said, well, even if it was 4%, if it is to reduce export cultures on global markets, does this have a consequence on the food for Europeans? Now, why do you say there's a danger in the food safety? So this came in, and the idea was then set that the agricultural world should not be bothered anymore, and all the fundamental topics could be ignored or postponed. It meant that for everything that we've said now, there's a work of we must reconquer in terms of fact analysis, actions to be put in place, usually political vision as opposed to liberal vision. This must be what is the result of our day and put in place during the European elections. What we should do in terms of agriculture, just one example, had the Agricultural Commission. As I'm here for less, I've been here for less time than Eric, I still have the courage to go and see people who tell me you must still be able to put in plastic packaging pears. And I asked them, have you ever bought plastic packaged pear in a supermarket? And my Spanish colleague says yes. And I say, well, if I wanted to do this, I don't find that many. No, they're not bothered by that. When you talk about the new GMOs, Clara, the socialist coordinator, said, yes, there's those who are against and those who are for. She doesn't want even to talk about how a technology should be used, whatever the technology should be used in a society to prevent from dangers. No, you must simplify as much as possible. Discussion is where there's no more confrontation and discussion, but just political instrumentation. So we need to set again the terms of a dialogue, for instance, European cities, GNOs, consumers can play a very important part, not to have the political debate blocked into false representations. And why am I still optimistic? When you discuss with the farming sector managers responsibles, when you talk about a CAP model, when we tell them CAP is going to die if Ukraine comes in, they do agree. And if we say that a model of PAC is paid by the hectare and the rest is found in the world markets is not possible, so we need to refound totally the CAP, they say, yes, you're right. Then, of course, after, we may vary on the objectives, the priorities on which the money should go to. But I guess I know that there are clever people, maybe it will be after the European election, ready to go into a discussion on what is the future of the agricultural world and come back to objectives that correspond to the vision of the place of food in society. And third time, last time I meet Christiane Lambert was for the food restoration catering food law. I said to her, aren't you worried by the fact that you're manipulated by the right and extreme right the first time that Christiane Lambert didn't answer my question? You're teasing for the other intervention.
Karine Daniel. Christophe, you spoke about this. The EU managed to move forward regarding energy, biodiversity, in particular with nature restoration law, but why farming topics are so difficult to tackle at the European level as well as locally? I've got a historical viewpoint of agriculture and the policies in this regard. First of all, for a long time, it was the main European policy with ambition and challenges to face. That worked quite well, and where farmers and the farming sector was at the center of the European activities. Now, the different topics are more numerous, and the policy regarding farming and farmers is less important, and the challenges are not the same anymore. And I wish now, because Nicolas, you've spoken about the Green Deal, we've got a real issue of positioning Europe regarding farming and farmers, challenges that go beyond the mere farming sector, with a particular challenge that is increasing, even though we decide on middle term and long terms. We want to be a political structure, a political institution that decides on objectives. That being said, Europe is more and more caught up by the need to manage crises that happen more and more often, whether it is a health crisis, wars, etc. And the more we struggle at managing these long-term objectives. The last European Council, the environment is dealt with in a second time because they are faced with other subjects, other topics. So what agriculture has to do in such a situation, without thinking of reducing carbon, reducing climate change, etc., agriculture, food, they both need a specific policy, but when we organize public policies, you have to have resources and objectives connected with the achievement of these objectives. But decoupling resources, assistance that is more and more disconnected with the reality of farming production and based on history references, we struggle more and more to legitimate the assistance. And the main challenges have to be faced, but the message sent about glyphosate is not the right one. The authorization, they speak it's marginal, but it's the general message that is sent that is the bad one. The last one that is happening at the Senate, we are speaking of a minimum price on alcohol, but people will demonstrate in the south of France because they don't want a fixed price for alcohol. But on the other hand, many farmers fought for a fixed price. And now we offer the opportunity to have a fixed price. People go demonstrate. So the situation is not calm, is not balanced, is not fair, and we have to organize space, room for debate in order to have balanced and fair debates. That will happen. Thank you. Thank you for this transition towards the question. I want to ask Dominique Potier. So, as Karine said, it's on the agriculture and on farmers, the way of this agroecological transition. And at the European Parliament, nationally, locally, lately, we've seen tensions, demonstrations that are sometimes reported by the media. And today, the farmers are mobilizing in France. So how can we manage to go beyond that and to try and find a way to gather around the table all the farming players? So your question, the question is mainly not about what we want, but about the force relationship, the game between different players. So what is the tension relation? So in the battle that will happen, what is our position? And we have to understand, people have to understand our fear. There was a Green Deal, parenthesis, common front for Ukraine, we share vaccines, and globally, because you can criticize our government, criticize Europe, but we are the geopolitical area in the world that goes further about energy, etc. So, pesticides are a good reference for the success or not of agroecology. So it's just a reference point showing the situation in the Netherlands. And in the Netherlands, I haven't had time to read articles, but what is the percentage of the farming movement in this movement in the elections? But it's an issue because we heard a lot about the Dutch Trump trying to fight immigration, but is there a populist farming movement playing on rural employment, farming, the farming sectors? So mixing up corporatism, ruralism, all the different ism in a liberal madness, and very locally conservative, something a bit crazy. So it's a terrible week, and I just want to say a couple of words. In order for it not to be a pause, our strengths, and not only our strengths, but we'll have to ally in coalitions, going a little bit towards the right, and we will have to redesign our alliances. Our enemies, and it's a bit clumsy to say it this way, maybe I'm taking risks, but we've got three enemies: sovereignists, productivists, and liberals. Sometimes they are the same ones, sometimes they are different. Faced with the sovereignists, they can play with what is localists. Well, their localism is completely unrealistic. When they play nation against the world, they put in jeopardy food balance, migration, violence, that will leave us without safety. So the national protection makes danger. We have to be solidary. We have to show solidarity, not being solitary. And what we said about WTO, your project, the World Trade Organization for Fair Trade. So in order for everyone to have access to quality food, this is cooperation. This is not isolated nations. And this is the answer to sovereignists. Their proposals are dangerous because they don't take into account the basic interdependence. Secondly, productivists. In disguise, they say we'll have to feed people before curing. So we have to feed people before curing them, before protecting them from pesticide. And on the long term, their proposal is not sustainable. I know the conclusion, but I'll have to leave the reporter to let to publicize the conclusions. We've got drinkable water that has to be preserved, that has to be kept. And we are creating situations that will be very difficult to fix. So it's a whole system that is not sustainable. Productivism is the opposite of real economic efficiency, which is protection of natural capital, alliance of nature, through agroecology. But we have to give an answer. The first answer to sovereignism is that they are dangerous, and to productivists, we are in favor of feeding the world. The leftists we want to feed the world, and we are able to do so in the framework of fair trade, sharing the land. We have to fight for a powerful production of agroecology. We can be intensive. We will have to work. We will have to have farmers who work, who get paid. It's a production economy. If you want to feed 10 billion people, it's much work. It's a real revolution based on other principles. And last but not least, the liberals. We have to remind them of history. Each time their systems weaken agriculture. So being liberal is not being efficient and effective in agriculture. The ability to produce, the ability to invent, but farmers invent in the framework of guarantees of an organized market, of a local contract, of a sectorial contract. And this is guaranteed by deregulation, creating monopolies, and monopolies are dangerous. So once again, we have to say that liberalism is not effective, and we've got to free energy. So these are battles we have to win. We have to repeat and repeat that their paths are not leading anywhere, and we suggest other paths.
Merci.
Thank you. Karine Glonek-Morin, this time. You were European MP, you're a local representative at the Regional Council. Within the legislative procedures, in the implementation delays, do you sometimes see that there are oppositions from the farmers, and how can we go beyond this to continue moving forward? Well, thank you, and hello again. Well, actually, Eric, in his conclusion, said what I wanted to say as an introduction, so I'll say it again with my own words. So we've shared in the European Parliament the same Commission, Agriculture, and we voted against this CAP, the consequences of which we had denounced before we could see them. What I wanted to say to answer the question, to be as a responsible person at European and local level, within the discussion we have, I wanted to replace the discussion within the scope of all the industries. The agricultural industry sector is an industry per se, but linked to its territory, to the land, and also embedded within a local economy, which today has the same number of questions as the agriculture itself, namely rurality. We shouldn't make a difference, and we shouldn't only associate agriculture to rurality, but agriculture is based on a population which comes from rural areas. And besides, the farmer world, I come from a cultural world, but you talk about the cultural exception, but agricultural exception, because it is a specific audience in a way. So you can only imagine the public policies which can meet the challenges we face and the questions we ask ourselves without associating the customers and consumers. So I believe nothing will be built if only within an isolated agricultural sector without a democracy, an agricultural democracy, a reinforced agricultural democracy. What we believe, and this awful week because of the Green Deal reject in the European Commission. It was the first European policy, this CAP, and has been brutally, if not stopped, at least very much slowed down by the Green Deal and glyphosate, shows that we are at the moment when we live a questioning about transitions, climate, energy, biology. All that we are experiencing today is impacted by what is the heart of European democracy, which is the first policy, which is the CAP. The CAP, which we thought was green, the green green color moves away. We just, as you said, the most important articles of the law come at the end of the mandate. It looks like it's a kind of impeachment in the way that we will not have enough time for the articles to be voted before the end of the mandate. The implementation of the Green Deal has not started because it's been postponed, so everything can be questioned with a new legislature, with what Dominic has said, which is whom are we fighting against via the public policies we implement. So these are questions I want to share with you. How and what is the scope of this policy, of this transition, of this farming transition? Is not only on farming, it is also on rurality and discussing with the customers and consumers, because it is within democracy, and it is probably on this question that we socialists can bring a different vision, associating systematically all sectors, all industry. Maybe farmers will react, and also by associating local and regional politicians. There are also policies which support and add to the agricultural policy apart from government policies, and we're so sorry that there are no more strategic plans anymore. But there are in the territories policies which add, and how we can be supported by these local policies on which we need to position ourselves. Green Deal is truly shows a slowing down, as when at the same moment we talk about the Blue Deal, the question of water, and we must associate the questioning about water. We must put this in the vision of agriculture, not only for agriculture, but see that there's a global vision on this question of water and agriculture. Thank you, Karine. I now talk to Arnaud Lécuyer, Vice President of the Regional Council of Bretagne, so Brittany, but so not only Britain. This Britain organization asked the government to honor its financial commitments regarding agriculture. So my question is, oppositions you are facing do not come from the fact that the politicians have issues in fact, saying what they, doing what they said, which is, for instance, giving the fundings for agro-environmental programs. Well, thanks to all of you. Well, yes, political word, you see its importance when it is not followed by facts. A few days ago in Brittany, we had the Ciaran storm with a lot of disasters, and therefore the agricultural world was not spared by that. And the next day, the President of the Republic came and, when it saw it's in splendor, said that was the status of natural catastrophe everywhere it is possible. When you say so, you recognize that there is a catastrophe, therefore that there is a prejudice, and it is symbolic, and you believe in it. 2 weeks after, it is said that there will be no natural catastrophe in Brittany. But in the Hauts-de-France region north, this status will be kept. But you cannot imagine on the field with the farmers in Brittany of what it did, not recognizing the status of natural catastrophe. The catastrophe itself was not recognized. So when the word of a politician is not honored, it is a catastrophe. Coming back to the agro-environmental measures, MAEC had been regionalized in 2012 and 2015. In common policies, I see here that we are with people that are well aware of these from the states, responsibilities from the states and regions. So regions had been designated as management authorities being able to manage quality of land, quality of air, quality of water. These measures bring progress and move towards the agriculture we want. These agro-environmental and climate measures were managed by the region in between 2015 and 2022, and the region did their job, particularly in Brittany. If I see what was done in between Bio and MAEC, there were more than 6,000 farms committed, and the state chose on the National Strategic Plan for the CAP 2023-2027, said what the regions did, the state will do it now again, and we added to do it less well than what we did. So the measures were taken back by the state. There was financial subventions to support changes of practices very clearly. You will decrease your part of corn and increase your part of herb. It is sometimes easy of grass. It is sometimes easy to say, not that easy to do. So sometimes the state, via the CAP, say, we're going to subsidize the farmers, 10,000 euros over 5 years. It's not a huge sum. But anyway, it was a policy, a support policy, and a political recognition of the commitment. Now the state has taken back these measures. And the commitment of the previous agriculture minister was saying, okay, we take back, but the state will be present for the measures and the way they are funded on the field. As of today, we lack 250, 280 million in France for the Brittany region, around 50 million euros. Why? Very simply, because these measures were successful. What we had planned is that farmers wanted to commit and recommit, and today there are potentially 1,000 of farmers in Brittany who may not be part of this funding. So again, the damage is done when the political word is not honored. You have people who want to commit, who want to say, okay, I'm going to improve my agroecological practices, I'm going to do this, then moving towards organic farming, when you come to only 10% of corn, then you come more easily towards organic farming. So you are truly into a transition approach. Well, then again, you have no more MAC for about, so this subvention for about 1,000 farmers on the 2023-2027 period. So everybody's running for funds. So then the farmer goes to the water agencies, to the regions, who will have to refund what they had left to the state in 2023. And this, in terms of political word, is bad. And it's also bad for cattle breeding. And as you know, cattle breeding is facing a heavy crisis with farmers that are less committing to milk cattle breeding. And it is again something that is not good for this farming specificity. The state also suppressed the support for maintaining organic farming. Therefore, some farmers who had started have no more grants, and they will have. I will have to move from the mic to the map, but you don't have it. I believe in Brittany, these subventions represent 45% of what the subventions, of what the Britain farmers have. So again, it adds up to all the bad things that have been done by the state to the Britain agriculture. We will probably be the only ones. All the bad moves taken from the government to the Brittany region. We have already put back 1.5 million euros to the subventions for the grants, and we take that away from something else that we should have been doing. The budget which I manage in Brittany is in 32 million euros per year. I need 50 millions more. If I take the turnover of agriculture in Brittany is 9 billion, 20 billions with the food industry. And I mean, the budget is ridiculous compared to the turnover of the global sector. Thank you.
Tour de plateau.
To conclude this round table, and before giving the floor to the audience, Mathieu, I will have a very plain question to you. Green Deal. Shall we go beyond the frontal opposition? The issue of the round table was how to counter, how to overcome head-on opposition to make a success of the agroecological transition. I'm sorry I wasn't here this morning because I had to work in the field with cereals. So I was lucky enough to be the co-president of a collective called Nourrir Feed, gathering 54 organizations and some people from the steering committee have been here today. So 54 organizations, peasant organizations, international solidarity organizations such as CCFD, consumer citizen organizations, and animal well-being organizations, environmental organizations, etc. So the point of this collective association is to go beyond these head-on opposition that we can still meet sometimes in our inner debates, and to have enough strength altogether in order to work on establishing a dialogue and being players of the political arena. And we work on the common agricultural policy, cattle breeding, feed, food, orientation, legal framework, in order to be heard in this time that is a bit difficult. So, should we overcome the head-on opposition? First of all, we've got to acknowledge them. They exist on GMOs, for instance, glyphosate, an airport, for instance, whatever it is. These are issues that are dealt with from a black or white perspective. So these are, I mean, we leaders of associations, that gives a specific touch of the social project we can support. So the head-on opposition can be the strength of the weak, the mega reservoirs, because the democratic process wasn't operating in order to deal with these issues. So in our democracy, these issues are synonyms of failure. I think it's good to overcome these oppositions. And within our organizations, we worked on a difficult topic, cattle breeding. We've got different stands to describe breeding. We don't have any vegan association, but when we include environmental, peasant, animal well-being organizations, they've got a definition and a stand on breeding that differs. But we've got to go beyond that, because as a conclusion, we need cattle breeding. And if we want to achieve the transitions, whether they are climate, biodiversity, ability of farmers, peasants from the southern hemisphere to live, we have to be connected with the farming world, with the territory, to be autonomous regarding feed, not to have an industrial cattle breeding sector creating more environmental problems. So at the end of the day, we could share this common perspective on breeding, and we try and find solutions in order to deepen it. Regarding mega reservoirs, this head-on opposition was due to a democratic gap. The respect of the political word. Macron made a promise in 2022 that it should be it was in the 60s, the Le Foll regulation, and we had that ambition at the beginning, mobilizing much energy, meeting with NGOs, member associations, offered proposals, participated, but since last May, we haven't heard about the farming rotation law. We've got no date. Now we're speaking of the first semester of 2024. So the word is not kept. So next time, will we once again play the game of democratic consultation? It's an example of topic that could trigger some wondering. Same thing, we played by the rules, we made proposals that were even technically elaborated, and all our proposals were just simply rejected by the Minister of Agriculture, Marc Fesneau, saying that our organizations are just aiming at destroying things. And that is even more shocking given the way we worked on the different topics. And last but not least, this issue of opposing different, of head-on opposition, the way of the private sector. This is a very central topic. We can see this at the European level. The way of the private sector is a real issue in our democracies. Just a figure, pesticide lobby, the pesticide sector lobbies for 10 million euros a year with the European institutions. So we've got this democratic issue of the private sector. Morgan has already spoken about their activity internationally. And when we speak about feeding our population, we have to think of the way of the private sector when the the political decision has to be made by the public authorities. Now it's time for the floor, to be given to the audience.
Donc,
Well, good afternoon. Not really a question, but a comment first. It was a super day. It's always nice to have a lot of different stakeholders from the same industry to talk about these challenges. But it was a little bit more a pity that we have an emergency, social and environmental. We didn't talk that much about gas emissions and the agricultural impact, which is the second cause for these emissions, without talking about what we should do to decrease these green gas emissions, the impact on the farmers, particularly for cattle breeding. So I remind you that ADEME recommends that in order to reach our climate change, the French people should eat only once a week meat and the rest be vegetarian. This implies necessarily that there will be less meat sold in the future, or we will not do all this and we will we will decrease less gas emissions. So basically, my comment is that either we eat less meat or we do not, and we decrease our gas emissions, or we continue eating meat and we do not reach our gas emission objectives.
Bonjour.
Good afternoon. I'm brand new. I do not come from the farming sector. I am a president of Department of CFCV Sarthe from the consumer sector. Thank you for your invitation. I thought that I would be less lost, even if I know the agricultural sector. 95% of the French population comes actually from the rural world. So I said to myself, okay, I might understand something, but my question is, I heard it was very rich, but I see June 2024, and I look at how to move, how to go beyond front oppositions to succeed in the agroecological transition. My question to political people, it's a punching ball, and it will be a very nice topic for the campaign, because the electoral campaign in the city, everybody is afraid for the political parties that will be present. So what will Europe become? So it's Europe as a whole that is important for it. The CAP is a big part of the European Commission and European Pact. I have understood it well. How today, at the moment, we are starting the electoral campaign for Europe for a future for a future which is not necessarily wanted by the majority of the people, but which they will still vote for.
Oui. Donc un débat qui montre
So it's a discussion which shows the more tensions, because economic crisis is related to the violence of political discussions and the potential alliances, alliances at national level, not only at for social groups, but for countries. Is there a political project for France? A little bit of territory or minority of old socialists or young in a corner? Are there possible alliances for us socialists, or isn't that so desperate?
Oui,
Yes, you were saying that Christian Lambert was manipulated by the right and the extreme right parties. Well, in Brittany, we have professional elections coming, and we see that there is a climato-skeptical status taken by the FNSEA, and very clearly, I was invited in a discussion in Brittany presented by a person with the president of the main agricultural union, which is questioning the scientific consensus about climate change. And we see that everywhere. Quick one. There's global warming skeptics, which I can see everywhere now. We talk a lot about the rural world, but my question is how to revitalize this rural world. We see that we've all become members of a city, living in a city. So how can revitalize this world, which is agricultural and which we need? Some say, yes, we talk about basins, everybody is against, but we talk about methanization. We see that we have progresses to make, but French are against. French are against the monsters that have to be implemented. But my question is, how can we revitalize this rural world? We need these farmers, even if they are less and less. Because as I was saying before, it was a family with 30 hectares. Now you need 60 hectares, 3 tractors. So how to revitalize this rural world?
So we've got the floor, Dominique Degnaud. The last one. Before leaving, very quickly, something that hasn't been mentioned, but everybody thinks about it, is the topic of opposition today is not managed the same way, whether you are from this generation or from another generation. And in all our organizations, we feel that the younger generation is ready to assume stronger things, stronger stances, sometimes jeopardizing our fight and risking the lack of comprehension. And there is a challenge for our organizations to pay specific attention to the way we can hear the more radical message, more frontal message. You mentioned it, the mega basin. And I think we have to take this very seriously in all our organizations, but I also would like to hear what you think about that. And I would like to add that we should tell the younger generation that they should go voting. A couple of words before leaving you, unfortunately. When we speak about balance, the balance between the debate on greenhouse gases, a word on the method, agriculture, and agroecological transition, should be framed in the IPCC dimension, and all the issues with the institution in charge of managing biodiversity. Karin spoke about water and soil, climate, also biodiversity. It's the group of topics that has to be dealt with altogether. When you're a socialist, when you're an ecologist, you have to make sure that whatever the topic you explore, that has to be framed globally, and we've got many national institutions, including the Council on the Climate, the IPCC, etc., very serious institutions providing us with reports, work, capacities, in order to understand the carbon cycle, etc., and nitrogen cycle. It's a progress. We need to have interesting sign. I mean, elements. We move forward, but 5 years ago, 10 years ago, that didn't exist. And it's so true that today I'm in touch with Antoine Peignan when we speak about biomass and pesticides, and they are panicking because we heard that the provision of carbon well is 50% and not the percentage, the bigger percentage they had. And solution could come from farming biomass, and that has to be understood with new farming techniques. And so now what is local, what is singular, sectorial has to be framed into a coherent approach, and that we have to have a scientific and democratic debate. And if we enter both logics, the argument you meant when you said that too much cattle breeding could be wrong for the planet, but grazing is good for the planet. But if you're interested in the cereal lobbying, conservation, agriculture is good because it's good for carbon, etc., etc. Secondly, if you're a productivist, you will say that poultry and white meat is the solution because there is a shorter cycle, but you forget that what poultry eats can be eaten directly by humankind. And so all the propagandas have to be erased when faced with science, with evidence. So the path, if it exists, is in an ethical, a conscious, and a democratic framework. If you only take into account one and only criterion, then you are mistaken. This is, I think, our path. And if we follow it, then we can find the way to reconciliate through pedagogics. And I think consumers are not the enemies of producers, and peasants can become once again, citizens of the world.
Thank you, Dominique Christophe. I will continue on what Dominique said and continue the answer to the political competition and the ideological counteroffensives, because the only approach is to see all the impacts on all the territories and all the actors of society. When you discuss glyphosate or pesticides with the National Rassemblement National in Paris, it says, well, the guy from says, well, it's dangerous, but farmers, we cannot let them without anything. So the representative finishes its intervention and votes against the interdiction of pesticides, of forbidding of pesticides. First, let us put the people in front of their responsibilities. Some have double speeches, and when they vote against pesticides reduction laws, then they have to face their consequences in terms of health. So you need to give the real value of each politician speech. Second, you have the idea that you buy time when you close your eyes. This is what the climate skeptical guys say. Well, just leave us alone. We know how to produce. The rest is bullshit. Let us live happy before we die. And facing such behaviors, either contradictory or irrational, collective exercise of reasoning is indispensable. Cattle breeding is a good example. You were not there before. Pascal was just saying all the work she did on the evolution of food habits, and where we could find positions of compromises when everybody is present. What you're describing in this collective nourrir, feed, is the same thing. So propose ways of progressing, taking into account social, climate, and environmental challenges. I do believe that it's possible. So if there is a political line that is original, it is to refuse radical approaches, to start with the point that it is possible to build with actors of society a collective way forward. And we say that this approach is the heart of our
politique. Et il me semble que, on va redire un mot avec Karine, mais que
the heart of our political identity. And what we've done today shows that there are ways to have a win-win approach by making political partnerships and bidding on that. I wanted to answer the questions of rurality and youth, the populations in the rural areas. First, as I said before, these populations are also for the agricultural world, but also a population very diverse, population coming from somewhere else. We are within an urban area. How can we act on rurality? I believe that today, to be honest, when we look at the results of the late elections, of all the previous elections, we see that front-head oppositions are here. And if we politicians do not pay a lot of attention to rural areas where the feeling of being abandoned has been expressed. I am an elected representative. I have been elected for 30 years in a region, rural, so we had to gather five small cities to be 2,000 inhabitants, and there's a community of communes of 6,000 inhabitants. It is more in the mountains. It is in the north of Loire-et-Cher département. It is in the Perche. So there's a very low population density. Our population in France has increased by 20 millions over the last 50 years, but at the same time, we decreased every and each public service to our citizen, and we still pay the same amount of tax. So you can understand that there is an increase of the rural people who say, well, we don't have any more post office, buses, hospitals, and what else and what more. It is said. It is said. They say that this has degraded, has decreased. So there is a true issue that must be associated to agriculture. True to say that all my colleagues are almost farmers. Almost all my colleagues are farmers, but we also have a new life to invent. In these territories, there's a lot of innovation because the low number of population makes it possible to take risks. I think that our political parties in the coming European campaign, this is a question that must be expressed because we were before Christophe and I. Christophe was not yet at the European Parliament, and we had to give our advice on a report of the Commission, which was questioning the long-term vision of the rural world, because it is the same one in between rural French population and rural European population. 20% of the population, 80% of the surface. This question, in order to allow new installations of young farmers, and of course we need to set the preparation of the training session, but you need at the same time to make it attractive for the young ones to come to these territories. In order to do so, these territories must be considered as not negative areas. They are not. They are not non.
Porteuse d'innovation et d'avenir.
They are not non-urban areas. This is negative. They are rural areas. So that's why we created as a national secretary to rurality. I just wanted to come back to cattle breeding, because in the roundtable before we talked about it, and we talked about the specificity in Europe, as in France, of agriculture. We have a specificity. We are not. There are countries more concentrated than others, but we do not have, I mean, we are based on the family farm model. And this is within the family farm that farmers can live as best as possible. The farms which have a low number of cattle, and it was said by the representative of organic farming. Well, actually, it is within these farms that jobs can be created. So there is really a specificity which we must be able to put forward in our discussions with oppositions, be them liberals or extreme parties. And to come back to cattle breeding, I share the idea that breeders must adapt to the evolution and climate change, but this must not be stigmatized brutally, because these breeders, of course, think about adapting better, feed their cattle in the meadows. So it is very important not to stigmatize, as was said before.
Les autres voudraient apporter?
Have you got more answering elements before entering the conclusion of the round table and then the conclusion of this day? Well, I'm okay to conclude for this round table and to give you conclusive elements. After all the remarks I've heard, I think we shouldn't resign. We should go on fighting politically, being proud of it in a time when it's not easy for us to fight, because we are faced with conservatists, populists. The fact to conform to this or that model is an invitation for us to be strong on our bases, to be proud to hold the truth of science, and not to change opinions and to follow the trends that change every couple of days. So we have to be vigilant, to play in a collective way, to find allies in the institutions where we are, and to support common battles, and it's part of our political parties and our institutions. Regarding the Green Deal, and I would like to speak particularly to the European MPs, if we want to be supported by the farmers, the citizens, and the local politicians, we have to communicate better about energy transition, the big climate challenges. And just out of a senatorial campaign, we meet a lot of local politicians, mayors, etc. And when we speak about Green Pact and Green Deal, not a lot of people have heard about the challenges for the territories, and there is much confusion that is fed with renovation of public buildings, etc. So the green deals, the green funds, as there is a general confusion regarding the different resources. 100,000, 200,000 euros for renovating a school. And if we want a common destiny, we have to educate people, and we also have to make a political effort in order to go fetch our target. Arnaud Lécuyer, for your answer and your conclusion. Yes, so in Brittany, 47%, I think, the farming sector. There is some effort to make in Brittany, but we shouldn't say that we will cancel agriculture and food sector. We want to be part of the French deal and the European deal. We have to divide by two our emission of greenhouse gases. For your information, I think that in other sectors, I think transport, that has to be divided by 33 or 36. But apparently it seems to be easier for transport divided by 36 than for agriculture in order to divide it by 2. I can tell you that it's an effort that is really important. Something with farming activities, we have the ability to reduce, in particular regarding energy, but it goes through methane because it's part of the leverages. It's not the only one. We're fortunate. Feed, farming activities, the cattle itself. As I said, I'm not among the people who say that the number of cattle has to be reduced. It is being reduced, but cattle has to be reduced. We have to find solutions. We should not forget one thing, is that we have to keep the carbon stock that is in the soil and in biomass. Today, it is 70 times our yearly emissions in Brittany. So the challenge is mostly in preserving our stocks. We also have a challenge in the regarding our imports. In Brittany, 70% of direct emission and 30% of indirect emissions. So the challenge is to relocate these emissions. It's not only in Brittany, because in Brittany we import the equivalent of our operating farming area necessary to feed the cattle. So we have to work at the scale of Brittany. We also work on the providing chain, and we really have challenges to be supported by farmers. We also have to work on renewing the new generation of farmers to replace them by a new generation coming from the farming world or not. Also, feasibility, sustainability in their installation with the target of 2028. So we'll almost have to double the number of farmers, and to keep this ability we've got in Brittany, that is to produce quality food, not only for the 3.45 million Bretons. When people speak about putting more diversity in cattle breeding, in society also, cattle breeding is so much criticized that when we see cattle breeding farming starting in your neighborhood, or pigs being bred in your neighborhood, I'm not sure everyone is happy about that. So, and slaughtering is also an industry, a sector that is that doesn't make profits. So the breeding areas have to be protected in their ability to provide people with food, and also particularly with the carbon impact, the impact on soil, the impact on water. So at the end of the day, the message is positive. Cattle breeding, there is a festival in Brittany that not a long time ago has started to forbid red meat. And it's a message for cattle breeding, for the ability to go beyond head-on opposition. I wanted to speak with the president of this festival, and I told him, instead of forbidding red meat, maybe you could work with local farmers in order to provide you with high quality red meat. And because I'm curious about what kind of food they give in this festival, because I'm not sure that it's completely virtuous. Now they've forbidden red meat because we don't want to start new opposition. And I think the issue at stake, preserving farming and climate, our action deserves not to start new opposition. In order for me to react to that cattle breeding issue, in France it's 20% of the farming sector, and the farming sector is half of the half of the nitrogen fertilizer and ruminants. So if we want to reach our targets for reducing greenhouse emissions, it's minus 12% between 2015 and 2030 of ruminants. So within the Nourrir collective, we worked on compatibility of the strategic plan, the national strategic plan, And we understood that the cattle number was decreasing so quickly, more quickly than what would be demanded by the climate objectives. So the question is different. How can we manage to save cattle breeding and beef breeding, and at the same time to have our beef grazing and also storing carbon in our fields? So there is a bit of a contradiction in the injunctions, that is to forbid farming on permanent meadows in order to store more carbon, but at the same time we are the victim of this decrease in cattle, and the farmers who cannot make money through cattle breeding should start farming through plant growing, so using fields. And all the efforts should be made by people who don't breed cattle. Second comment I wanted to make, another point I wanted to make on the Green Deal, a challenge for the European elections is what kind of Europe we want for the future, and do we want a strong Europe or a weak Europe under going through a form of renationalization. With the CAP that's started being implemented in 2023, the situation is worrying because we've got more margin for member states in order to organize interesting activities. Wallonia, for instance, as a mirror effect, France has just repeated what it used to be before. And this makes us wonder about the common European objectives. And the answer of the European Commission is surprising, because the Commission said that our only objective is to check a couple of points, but the member states have to, can do whatever they want. But in their answer, the European Commission is not really interesting. It doesn't match reality. Je finis, lui. As a conclusion, what we try and do with our organizations is that we need to work collectively in order to start a dialogue, to have common building spaces, organizations where people speak with each other, to launch officially our collective. Scientists spoke about citizen convention for farming, and this is one of the elements that could be interesting to develop on the territories in order for us to understand the interest of, what we want the farming on our territories to be.
Thank you. Just one word. I talk too much, I know, but still. As you saw during the whole day, and particularly on this specific round table, trying to understand how to counter head-to-head oppositions, each of us want to have a balanced governance, a balanced proposition for the future of the CAP. And trying to find a decentralized governance, matching and mixing what happens at European level, at national level, at regional level also. Because you see that regions are very important. And therefore, this balance can be found, and this is what we're looking for, and what the socialists are looking for, even if we can say to those who say no forbidding without a solution, we could say no solution without forbidding, because we need to move forward. And because the National Secretary to agriculture and food was associated to this day, I would first like to congratulate Frédéric and Nicolas, who have helped a lot for the organization of this day, and all my friends from Nantes, and give the word to Christophe to wrap up the session. Well, you are invited by the group S&D, European group, but we are here at Nantes in my territory. Thank you to all for the organization of the day. Thank you to all. Just a few words on what will happen next to this event. First, without starting the debate again, 2 or 3 elements which seem to pop up from our discussion. First, one, we cannot think that Green Deal is on its way and that everything is going smoothly. Now, the debate is re-questioning radically the progress that was done by Green Deal and how we can fight back again on a new path of progress in front of liberals, extreme right and right parties. At a moment when everybody understands, is aware that the PAC, the CAP, is to be refunded totally on totally different basis, so it is an important collective political responsibility, and if we do not put the ideas ahead now before the European elections, then it will be never done, because after the elections this will go quickly, and a project, the evolution of what is at the center, which is putting food and feed at the center, having agriculture with the territories, not only farming, but also land, jobs, which interfaces this with the agriculture on land and the contribution of agriculture to fighting against climate change or helping renewable energies. So all that was debated 30 years ago about multifunctionality of agriculture, it is also the moment to redefine this, because it is on this basis that we will be able to say that we need money and how it should be used. So really we are at the right moment, and because it is necessary, and because there are oppositions endangering this, to redefine the political project which goes with agriculture and food within a more global project with food precarity for women and men. So this has to be done collectively. This is why it is a collective which has organized this. We today had European representatives, national representatives, senators, MPs, representatives from communes, GNOs, unions will do our part. We have a publication on the renewal of generations. After the report of our Portuguese colleague, we'll have also publications on the GNOs with the reflections of Olivier Faure, the group presidents, to try to start the public debate. There was the debate on glyphosate, which we must continue, but also have the debate on the new GNOs, so that there is no choice to be done secretly, and realized 20 years ago that in 20 years that there have been decisions which were wrongly taken. So yes, collective work, and take from this day proposals more stronger and more accurate proposals. There are the days of National Convention of Socialist Party, where there will not be something about agriculture and food, but treat agricultural issues with 3 topics: sovereignty, agriculture contributing to environment objectives. So this day has helped to deepen all this, and from this must come some strong proposals to feed public discussion on food and agriculture, because, and that will be my last words, in all Europe there are 2 priorities. first is health, and second is, and in every country, so first is health, second is level of buying power, and not agriculture. So buying power, health. So I will move into this two main topics through which we can introduce agriculture, food, and the European challenges to have proposals at the heart of the debate so that everybody has to move out from postures, climato-skepticism. So I hope that this day will have made it possible to better understand what can we do to change what is today and change the vision of the world we want to build. We'll come back to you when we publish over these days and what we want to continue doing and continue the discussion that was renewed 4 years after under this particular shape. Thank you again to all of you.
Juste pour celles et ceux qui souhaitent boire un petit verre.
For people who feel like sharing a cocktail, a drink, we will meet at Lieu Unique, which is not a long way from here. So everybody's welcome and invited.